Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File number 1952. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1952, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government finance, the second engrossment.
There are amendments at the desk. If there is no objection, we will let the author explain the bill before we act on the amendments. I recognize the author, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Can you hear me fine?
Representative Nelson, we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you. The bill today is the state government, the Omnibus State Government Finance and Elections and Bill, and the Military and Veterans Affairs Bill was also added into this. Chair Eklund will speak about that part of the bill later on or after I'm done. The bill contains many parts of government. Again, this is the bill that funds our government. The governor's office, as well as all of his executive branch departments, the constitutional officers, Secretary of State, Attorney General, and the state auditor's office. And also, more importantly, funds the legislature. Helps pay for our staff and all the various people that help us do our work, the hardworking, dedicated member or employees that we have in the state legislature. On the policy side of this bill, we've included the Secretary of State's technical bill, Campaign Finance Board's technical bill, also the technical bill from Minute and the Department of Administration, just technical changes and tweaks that they've done to the statute for them. We also in this bill have created a racial equity working group to look at creating a way, racial equity notes similar to what we do for fiscal notes, but to create a way to look at the stuff that we do, the bills that we move forward, and a racial lens to make sure that we're being fair to all citizens of the state of Minnesota. And with that, like I said, this is the state government finance bill, and with that, I'll turn it over to Representative Eklund to be able to talk about the veterans pieces.
The member from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Veterans Military Affairs section of House File 1952 is a good collaborative piece of legislation. I will do a brief walkthrough. First part of first is Article 1, subdivision 1 through 4 is appropriations for the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services. Some of the things in Veteran Services that we're funding is the core program, the counseling, case management outreach, funding to various veterans organizations that happens each year, funding to the Minnesota Assistance Council for Veterans, MACV, that's 2 years in the biennium, $1,672,000 to the state's veteran cemeteries, funding to the state to the Honor Guard program as well as the Gold Star program, $1.1 million to our county veteran services officers, $3 million for the Veterans Homeless Initiative, and each year, then there's $75,000 for an independent lifestyle bill from Representative Bliss, $50,000 for Veterans on the Lake bill from Representative Eklund, and $128,000 each year to the Disabled Veterans Camp, a Detmer bill. Subdivision 4 funds veterans health care, $62 million in the first year, $62 million in the second year. This is mainly to run our 5 veterans homes. Subdivision 5 has a veteran suicide prevention initiative at $1 million first year, $650,000 the second year. Subdivision 6 is a Veterans Resilience Project, Representative Winkler bill at $50,000 each year. Article 2 is a policy portion of the bill, and there are many member bills that have carried the agency's policy requests. FICE bill on Veteran Suicide and Prevention Awareness Day, MDV allowed to hire a publicity agent. I carried that bill. Appointment and rank of the Adjutant General. I also carried that bill. Veteran Stable Housing Initiative, a Christensen bill. Representative Sandstead had a bill that deals with corrects ambiguities in the Minnesota GI Bill plan and clarifies eligibility benefits. Representative Lippert and Edelson have bills that authorize the Commissioner of the MDVA to provide veterans dental care and veterans adult daycare programs. And Representative Feist has the Veterans Restorative Justice portion of the policy bill. Vice Chair Zhang carried the policy that was requested by Military Affairs to clarify the Uniform Code of Military Justice article so they would comply with federal groups. Mr. Speaker and members, I'd like to thank Helen Roberts from fiscal staff, Jeff Dybel from House Research for their work and help and guidance in putting this bill together. I'd also like to thank Travis Reese, our committee administrator, Grace Doyle, our CLA, and Dave Sullivan from DFL Research, as well as John Hultquist and Harry Kennedy from GOP Research. And I'd also like to thank my friend Representative Detmer, who is a good lead for the GOP. We have had an open line of communication, and that has served the committee well. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill passed out of the Labor, Industry, and Veterans and Military Affairs Committee with a unanimous vote and is a tribute to the House efforts of taking care of our veterans and military affairs. I will stand for questions.
Representative Nelson.
Mr. Chair, with that, we can move to the amendments. We have one or two that we have to deal with.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Detmer moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A72.
To the member from Washington, Representative Detmer, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Chair Eklund. First of all, Chair Eklund is a great service to serve on your committee, and I know I've chaired the committee in the past, and I know I would say it's the best committee to serve on here in the state legislature. The 872 amendment replaces the Military Affairs and Veterans Affairs Appropriations and Policy sections of the bill. The amendment still fully funds, I repeat, the amendment still fully funds the Department of Military Affairs and the Department of Veterans Affairs. The amendment also keeps all important agency policy provisions in the bill, including the need to update the Minnesota Military Code of Justice, the Department of Veterans Affairs policy initiatives, and allows the MDVA to share the data of the Homeless Veterans Register to help place homeless veterans in housing without delay. Also provides dental services on the site of the state veterans homes. Now, I attended the Minneapolis Veterans Home grand opening of their on-site dental clinic, and this is an important service for the residents. And I would hope that in the future, funding will be available to add those types of sites at the other veterans homes. Also provide the adult day programs of the state veterans homes, help prevent veteran suicide. I also want to thank Representative Matt Bliss for his work on this issue this year, and also Representative Tony Jurgens for his prior work on this issue last year prior to the COVID-19 pandemic sidetracked his work. But there are two items, I repeat, there are two items that need to be changed in this bill. And I think those are the only two items, I think, in this whole Veterans bill that needs to be replaced. The first one is Veterans Restorative Justice Act. Is an important proposal to help veterans in the criminal justice system who suffer from service-related mental health and substance abuse use in their disorders. I have been a co-chair of this bill in the past, supporting Chair Eklund. And the bill has been amended this year and to address some of the concerns, but still needs to be some additional changes. And in order to fully help veterans suffer from PTSD and substance issues, the veterans must complete treatment. There are many other changes in the bill and still needs to be in order for us to fully support it. And I would hope that when it comes back from conference committee, we can fully support, and I believe that we will. They are contained in this amendment. And I want to thank Representative O'Neill and Representative Feist for their continued work on trying to make the Veterans Restorative Justice Act a workable and ensuring that we are helping veterans while still protecting crime victims. And I would ask, Madam Speaker, I would ask Representative O'Neill if she would yield.
Which representative would you ask to yield?
Representative O'Neill.
Representative O'Neill, will you yield?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Detmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative O'Neill, could you kind of just fill us in the headway that you've been making with your legislation that's going to make our legislation even better? Could you share that with the body here and also all those who are listening in today who I know the Commander's Task Force, this is one of their top priorities, is to get this legislation through. Would you please share that with us?
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Detmer. Yes, I would be happy to. First, I just wanted to let all those listening know that my son is actually in the military. He's been in the Army for 7 or 8 years. I've kind of lost track. It's been so long. He's actually stationed right here in Buffalo in my district, and he is a Seaburn, and he is a proud, proud veteran. In fact, what's an interesting connection is that right here among us, we have his commander, his former commander. He has moved on to another post, but Bjorn Olsen, Representative Bjorn Olsen, actually had been his commander for quite some time. So I really do appreciate the work. I appreciate Representative Detmer and Representative Eklund, who have such passion for veterans and their families, as do I. And I come from a place that I look at my son, who's 27, and his wife, who's 27, and their 4 beautiful children with 1 on the way. And I look through this bill through that lens, and also through the lens of making sure that we protect victims as well. So, Madam Speaker and members, I just wanted to let you know just very briefly that the other body just yesterday took this language that we are offering as an amendment. In fact, actually, it was a Democrat in the other body that offered this exact language, and it has now been added to their omnibus bill for veterans and state government with a vote of 66-1. It also has been added to the judiciary bill. So this language is the preferred language, and let me explain why it is preferred. This language maintains the components that are so incredibly important to veterans. It maintains the fact that, yes, their service is very heavy and difficult, and sometimes they suffer traumatic brain injury, PTSD, they may have mental health issues, they may have substance abuse issues as a direct result of their service. It completely acknowledges that. And if they have a problem with the courts, with the law, then come before the courts, it gives the judge still discretion whether or not they want to allow them to come into this program. So in the changes that I made sure that the victim still has a voice. And so at that moment, when after that veteran would plead guilty, which is a component of both the underlying and the amendment here, that they have to plead guilty to whatever charge it was that they were charged with, then the victim has a say and the prosecutor has a say as to whether or not they feel that this is the right course, this diversion is the right program for them. And then the judge can decide from there. So to give that judge discretion, Madam Speaker and members, is incredibly, incredibly important, because we don't really want a one-size-fits-all system that just isn't very helpful for veterans. So this would give the judge some discretion to look at whether or not this would be a good fit or not for that particular veteran. Then they can discuss as to what kind of treatment plans that they want to do, or What they want to have is components of probation. We've not changed any of that. But that point in time when that veteran comes back before the judge and the judge is going to decide whether or not to dismiss those charges completely, then at that moment in time, Madam Speaker, members, it is really, really important that that veteran has done well, that they have completed treatment, that they are in compliance with probation, that they are no longer a danger to the victim. And those components have been changed in this amendment so that we know that that person, that veteran is no longer a danger, that that treatment has been successful, that they've been able to comply with probation at that moment in time when they're standing in front of the judge, at that moment that they are in compliance with probation. It is incredibly important to hold that person accountable. Members, I used to work at Minnesota Adult and Teen Challenge, and we specialized when I was there, and they continue to, those that are chronically addicted. And the one way you can help someone who's chronically addicted is actually hold them accountable. That's also why treatment courts work so well. Those that have been here a long time know that I'm incredibly passionate about treatment courts. They work very well. And part of it is this relationship that the judge builds with the person that's going through the treatment court. And they're holding them accountable. And they're saying, did you get your job? Did you start this education program? Did you go to your meetings? All of those things are a part of the weekly check-in with that particular judge. So those components, while you don't have to go in front of a judge each and every week like a treatment court, they're very similar. And so I really tried to match up what this would do in similarity with the things that actually work within treatment court. So at that moment in time, then the judge would hear exactly what's been happening in that person's life, that they've completed treatment, that they're in compliance with probation, that they've been deemed safe, that they're no longer a danger, and that they've actually received benefit. And there's a long list of those benefits that I won't go into because they are the same in both. And then just as the Minnesota Supreme Court let me know that you can, we the legislature can say that it's at the end of this process that data is private data. In fact, that it remains public. So it just mirrors what I was told by the Minnesota Supreme Court. So this data does remain public, but it does show the charge and the dismissal of the charge. So all of that remains public information. The only other thing that's different is that those that are predators, which I think that's actually in both bills. So if you are a predatory offender, you don't qualify for this. The addition is also if you've committed a crime of violence or domestic assault, that is not it's not included in this diversion program. So we just really do protect victims. And maybe that's something we can revisit later after we sort of rolled this out and just to see how it has worked. But those, there was great concern in the other body in particular of that being allowed. And I even got a phone call even yet this morning from a very concerned one of us, and I won't speak on his behalf, but concerned about allowing those veterans in that have committed domestic assault by strangulation is something I have said repeatedly. It's a very, very intimate and dangerous crime. And in this amendment, they would not qualify. So thank you, Madam Speaker and members. That is that component of Representative Detmer's amendment. Thank you.
Representative Detmer, I'm just going to remind the body that we yield to members for the purposes of answering a question, but it's not a mechanism to control the floor. So if you'd like me to call on a list of members to explain components of an amendment, I don't mind doing that, but it's not proper to use yielding to go through that list. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and advice well taken on my part. Again, thank you, Representative O'Neill, for just filling in the public and also the members here. I'm a co-author on that language also, which I was also a co-author on Chair Eklund's language. And I really believe that looking at that language is also in the other bodies' bills coming forward, that when we get into conference committee, that will be worked out. I really believe that will be worked out. There's another change that I'd like to address. is that I want to thank, again, Representative O'Neill, but the other change that I would like to make is the amendment appropriate for the Veterans Resilience Project return to the 9/11 global war on terrorism. That's $100,000 that I know the Department of Veterans Affairs would like to have that money part of the 911 project. And we heard the Veterans Resilience Project in the Military Action Group. In fact, actually last year, that group came to me and I sat down with them and we talked about their proposal. And I said, well, put some language together and we'll hear it in the legislature. And which they did. They brought it to the committee. It was not part of the governor's request. They're not affiliated with any medical research or institution. That was my big question. When they came to me, have you been approved by, say, the University of Minnesota Health Hospital or the Mayo Clinic? And they have not gotten that support. And I had a Zoom meeting with them last week, and I discussed some of the things that they should go through to get that support and then bring it back to the legislature. I just don't think that legislation is ready for funding here at the state capitol or by the taxpayers. Equally problematic was that it was added to the bill. You know, when we were marking up the bill, it didn't meet the timeline to bring amendments to the bill and to redirect $100,000 from the 911 task force of the Veterans Resilience Project, and before we marked up the bill. So that was a big problem there that I thought, I know Representative Winkler, this has been something that you've been supporting, but it was not part of our bill originally. This was a clear, violation of Chair Eklund's committee rules, and my amendment makes the Military and Veterans Affairs sections of this omnibus bill worthy for all of us to support. And I'm glad that we're bringing the veterans part of the state government finance bill forward. I've always felt that the veterans omnibus bill should be a separate bill that would be debated on the House floor, voted on, and then sent to the governor's desk. I personally feel that the veterans omnibus bill should not be part of another bill. I know in the past years that's the way it's been. It's been part of it's been part of agriculture, state government finance, and so forth. I would hope that in the future that we keep it as a separate bill, bring it to the House floor, vote on the veterans issues for our military and veterans, our communities, and then send it to the governor's desk. It could be the first bill out the door to the governor's desk. So with that, Madam Speaker and members, I ask for your support, and I do ask for a roll call. Thank you.
Representative Detmer requests a roll call. Seeing roughly 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the Detmer amendment. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson. We will return to Representative Johnson. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drzkowski.
Madam Speaker, I not intended to speak on this.
Representative Johnson, I'm not certain that we can hear you. Let's try again. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, I did not request to speak on this.
To the Detmer amendment, the member from Wabasha, Representative Drzkowski.
Madam Speaker, likewise, I did not request it either. Maybe there's a system cross malfunction of some sort here, Madam Speaker.
Got it. We'll try one more time. Representative Miller from Candy, Ojai.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I did request to speak to this, so thank
Fantastic. Third time's a charm. Representative Miller.
you. Never been called the charm off before, but that's great. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I do want to thank Chair Eklund. I am so thankful for his dedication to veterans. Representative Detmer, who of course is the Republican lead and has been the chair before. And I want to speak directly to the portion that Representative O'Neill addressed, and I thank her for her hard work on that. Members, my dad fought in Korea. My brother was regular Army in the 70s. I was in Army Reserve in the 90s, late 80s and early 90s. And now my son is in the Guard in the process of being deployed to the Middle East. And I'm so thankful that we are addressing the very specific particular needs of veterans and the things that they have to witness, we wouldn't wish upon anyone, and it can affect them. I know my dad out of the Korean War, I wouldn't have known this as a child, but in retrospect, and they didn't talk about it back then, but he certainly had suffered from PTSD, depression, and probably he had substance abuse problems and things that I think can be directly attributed to the war. And it affected things in our family and it affected things in his career. So recognizing that and trying to deal with this in a specific way is very warranted, very right for us to do. But I do appreciate Representative O'Neill's hard work on this and the other people that have worked hard to say, let's get this right. I did have some concerns with the way that the bill is currently written in the House. In particular, when I served in the Army Reserves, I was in the Staff Judge Advocate Corps. I was in the legal. And I'm thankful that we look at military people and veterans with the honor that they justly deserve. But members, as in any large organization or in any sector of society, there's bad operators. And there are people that need to be held accountable and held to justice. And I was concerned with the way the bills have been written, not only who could maybe not be dealt with properly through the justice system, but also to the level and degree of the offenses. So I really appreciate what Representative O'Neill addressed on those factors. I'm thankful. I don't want to ever have on my hands that I voted for something and I find out that a woman has been continually beaten by her husband and it gets deferred. And I'd like to say that the courts would get that right, but the way the bill is currently written, there's just too many opportunities for that to fall through the cracks. I think that Representative O'Neill really addressed this properly with the hard work with the Senate and all the other people that she had said that she had worked with. So I'm thankful for that. We need to make sure that anytime that we delegate authority out of the traditional system into other places, so like drug court, or there are some counties that have like John classes they're referred to for people that solicit trafficked women. We have things like you can go this direction, but these are the list of things you're going to have to do. Even under DUIs, we have a lot of that stuff. So I think there's appropriate things for that, but we just need to make absolutely sure that if we take it out of the traditional system, that it is dealt with properly. So I thank Representative Detmer for his amendment. I ask people to support it, and I really want to thank Representative O'Neill and the other people. I'm sorry that I'm name dropping and then forgetting a couple of them. I do apologize for that. But I thank them for that hard work, and I'm fully supportive of the direction that they're going. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the Detmer amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think there's a little bit of confusion. The A72 deals with the Veterans Resiliency Project. A lot of the conversation so far has dealt with the A7, which has been withdrawn. So the A72, the Veterans Resiliency Project, removes the funding for an organization that provides life-saving treatment to veterans. I just want to point out that EMDR is approved by the VA, but the VA itself doesn't have a lot of the expertise or staff to do the work. Former Undersecretary David Shulkin has cited the Veterans Resiliency Project work as a success story in the VA, and that's largely why the VA nationwide is beginning to employ this. In Minnesota, we have a group of volunteers trying to do this on a shoestring, and they can't continue to do it. So funding this at a very modest level allows these organizations, this organization and these people to save the lives of veterans, as the testimony from veterans whose lives have been saved by this treatment have already offered. And so, members, I ask you to vote no on the A72 amendment related to the Veterans Resiliency Project.
The member from Kuchiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I concur with the majority leader. I think it was a pretty good conversation going here, but it's my understanding that the A72 amendment just removes the Veterans Resiliency Project. And as the majority leader said, this type of treatment is already being used, and in the bill, it requires that a report will be done, and it's relatively modest request of $50,000, a modest appropriation of $50,000 a year. So, Madam Speaker, I ask a no vote.
Any further discussion to the A72 amendment? The maker of the motion, Representative Detmer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think Majority Leader is a little confused on what he is saying about that part of my amendment. Again, I met with these people several times now. Last year, they came to Military Action Group, and we listened to them, and also met with them in my office, and then they came to committee, and then I had a Zoom meeting with them just as I mentioned, last week. They still cannot give me proof exactly how many veterans they are able to work with and help. They still have not been approved by any medical organizations such as the Mayo Clinic or the University of Minnesota. I gave them advice. The advice I gave them is that they should meet with the Mayo Clinic, they should meet with the University of Minnesota Hospital, get people on board from the medical community, and then come back to the Capitol with those letters of recommendation. And I would certainly support them then. Now that's $100,000 that we're talking about, and looking at their budget, much of that goes to the salaries of people in that organization, and they were also not able to give information of exactly how well they've helped the veterans. And I know that the current Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, they have programs themselves working with veterans with these types of situations and health issues. So I think we should really support this amendment on both pieces of the amendment, because it's the right thing to do for our veterans. And Madam Speaker, again, I ask for a green vote and support on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A72 Detmer amendment. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Janae says it sounds choppy. Is that the case for everybody?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bernardi.
No.
Bernardi, no. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Dabney, no. Damath.
Damath votes yes.
Damath, aye. Franzen.
Franzen votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo votes aye.
Garofalo, aye. Grossel.
Grossel aye.
Grossel, aye. Hassan.
I'm calling for you right now.
Hassan. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Her, no. Hertas.
Hertas votes aye. Please unlock my voting mechanism.
Hertas, aye. Hollins.
Hollins, no.
Hollins, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Lilly. Lilly.
Lily, no.
Lilly, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason. Mason, no. McDonald.
Donald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin.
Meckland, aye.
Mecklin, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Morant, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pinto.
Pinto, no.
Pinto, no. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Sandell.
Sandell, no.
Sandell, no. Sundin. Sundin. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A63.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And this amendment would provide $100,000 taken from the Cosmetology Board and put it towards the eventual celebration of LCS 21. And a good number of people that are in the chamber today joined Representative Doubt, myself, a couple senators, Representative Hewitt, you were there at the christening of LCS 21. And we are trying to do what we have done for the USS Minnesota, a fast attack nuclear submarine, which is to provide some state funds for that event. And I chose the Cosmetology Board because some of the stuff that you may not know that we find out in state government finance is that sometimes when groups like the Cosmetology Board get some funding, they don't always spend it in the way that I think most Minnesotans would be proud of. So there's a history of some questionable spending, $498,000 in remodeling when they had their new office space, $387,000 in new office furniture when they moved into that space. And here's one that I find particularly interesting. In that office furniture budget line item was a $10,000 couch that we found out about after there was some bipartisan research done. That must be a great couch. I mean, I have some nice couches. We have a nice leather couch in our piano room so we can watch the kids play piano, but it was not $10,000. So, moving on, there were $18,000 spent for promotional materials, 250 tumblers and some polo shirts, $4,700 for a consultant to design letterhead logos for the board. That seems like a lot. $1,650 for decorative pillows, and if you're hungry, here's a solution, $1,000 for sugar cookies with the board's logo on it. Well, that's kind of amazing. That must be, again, nothing but the best for our folks at the Cosmetology Board, eating the lagniappe that we have to offer. Lastly, 2 years ago, the BCE requested some additional funding. They got it, and then weeks after that, they transferred $375,000 to the Odyssey Fund, which is sort of a holding spot for future technology acquisitions. So why would you come and request money when you're going to kick it down the road? We have a much better offering here, and as a Navy dad, I will tell you these things are important. It is being named, LCS 21 is being named the Minneapolis St. Paul. So for those Metro members, this is named after your city. It is a great deal, and I have met with the Deputy Undersecretary of the Navy, Jody Green, who is a Minnesota native, and she is the ship's sponsor, and it's going to be great. I would invite all of you to go, but we should make some appropriations, and I will tell you that the Cosmetology Board is currently being audited by the OLA. They're being reviewed. And I have listed some of these questionable expenditures, so I think that this is just a really good thing to do because we're looking at places that have spent, I don't want to use the word foolishly, but that's a pretty close proximity of where I am. Questionably, perhaps. So I would urge your yes vote on this amendment.
The member from Koochiching, Representative Eklund.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash, for this amendment. Representative Nash, I really wish you would have brought a bill to committee to maybe we could have figured out a way to fund this, but I don't believe that it's proper to try to pull money from one section of the bill to another to find something to fund something that we did not even have a bill to hear about in committee. So members, I ask for a no vote.
Discussion to the Nash Amendment. Representative Detmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also met with the Undersecretary of the Navy. This is before COVID-19, but she came along with several other officers, naval officers, right here to the Capitol, and very informative about what's going on with that new ship that's being, and they are planning on bringing it into Lake Superior for the commissioning. And I believe she's, as the Representative Nash mentioned, that she's a Minnesota native. I think Northfield, Minnesota is her hometown. And she presented the bill to us legislators very eloquently. And I know I called everyone together for a photo. So we're all standing as a photo. And I said, everybody smile. I said, go Army, beat Navy. And she kind of gave me an elbow on that one, but a lot of humor, and we had a good time together. So I support funding this for the USS Minneapolis. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the Nash Amendment? All those in favor of the Nash Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A9.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The other day in Ways and Means, I was able to successfully amend into the creation of some of the efforts that you're undertaking for racial equity notes. I added 3 of the minority councils, and I will tell you, because the question came up, I did not include the Indian board because I did not want to step on their sovereignty, and Representative Becker-Finn did acknowledge her gratitude towards that. This is a friendly amendment. I believe Chair Nelson is going to take this amendment. But if you're going to do the racial equity notes that you're interested in, we should have those voices of the boards that we are currently paying to exist, have some very, very talented people. I'm on the Asian Pacific Islanders board, as I believe is the speaker. They have tremendous value. So I would urge your green vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I agree with this amendment. I did ask Representative Nash in committee why he left them out, and he explained that, well, just like he said on the floor here now. So I move we accept this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Nash Amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to request a roll call before we get down the road. So,
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands?
there are.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So for those state government finance tenured members and general policy nerds, this is the gain sharing conversation. In the bill that you've got, you are trying to remove the gain sharing program, and I have been very, very involved when former Representative Anderson was here, Sarah Anderson was here. We both worked on this very, very closely. The gain sharing program was put in so that people who work for state government could, if they found something that could save money, could have some compensation, very much like they do in the private sector, to make the state run more efficiently. Sadly, the statute was created. MMB and then Commissioner Franz came to committee and said, well, Representative Nash, we just can't do this. It's so hard that we can't do this. So therefore, even though we spent money presuming to have done gain sharing, we have to get rid of this because it's so hard to do. And we had several hearings about this. We talked in depth about this. And ultimately, it comes down to that the administration failed or purposely decided to not follow the law. The law had requirements and metrics and things that it was supposed to do in order to pay out. The OLA did look at this, and we found some very interesting codings in the spreadsheets that came in there, that some of the payouts that were done were because so-and-so is a good guy, and he does good work. So we're going to give him a slap on the shoulder and some money. Well, members, MMB really never tried to implement that program fully. There was an adjacent program that they claimed was different enough but similar enough that they could follow the guidelines from the adjacent one, but code it under the gain sharing program. As a lawmaker, when we make laws, we expect them to be followed. That's how it works. This was not how it was done. And I am asking for you to say to the administration, no, there was a law that was passed. It has a good basis in solid experience in the private sector. It works. People who find efficiencies in various other companies, for those of you that work in the private sector, you probably have something just like this. But as legislators, you should be appalled that we passed a law that was being used, at least in name, and the money was really never actually able to be pointed back to that effort. You know, as you all know, I like to be a little snarky and humorous, and you'll see some amendments later in the day, Madam Speaker, that are kind of along that line. But in committee, I asked then Commissioner Franz, as he was saying, well, we don't really know how to track the money. I quoted the movie Jerry Maguire. And I said, show me the money where this comes from, and I'll be done. Never could. The program is a good one, and from my perspective, you deciding to repeal the gain sharing program is giving the administration top cover to say, we recognize this is too hard to do. Go ahead. You don't have to do this anymore. So with that, I would request a green vote. And Madam Speaker, I do have the roll call.
You do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MMB fully supports innovation in implementing cost-saving measures, as well as recognizing employee contributions to improving the enterprise. Members, the trouble with implementing the program is not the objective, but the conflicts of the program with other statutory obligations. For example, the source of program payouts, the varied and unseen application to state activities, and complex oversight needs are just a few of the issues that stand in the way of successful implementation. I actually am quite proud of the work that MMB has done in terms of its efforts in trying to implement this program, but the prudent and responsible course of action at this time is to repeal it. Please vote no on Amendment 12.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nash, for bringing this amendment. We had a very good discussion in committee about this reality. Members, Representative Nash is absolutely correct. We have an executive branch that only follows the laws they want to follow. They didn't want to follow this law, members. Madam Speaker, our legislature is weaker when the laws that we write on behalf of the people of Minnesota are willfully ignored by different parts of the executive branch. And we're going to talk about other areas later today, Madam Speaker. We're going to talk about the Secretary of State and his portion of the executive branch and their willful ignorance and efforts to avoid the law that was written by the people, the representatives of the people that were sent here to St. Paul to form out the laws, and those laws were signed by past governors. So we have here, we did have Commissioner Showalter before our committee. I asked him if they have done this law. I said, did you do it? And he said, no. Madam Speaker, the commissioner of MMB admitted they did not implement this law, which was written 10 years ago, 10 or 11 years ago. So 10 or 11 years, they don't even lift a finger to try to follow the law. Instead, they pander to their union brethren and then claim that that's their effort at putting forward actions that fulfilled the law. Never happened. Members, we need to pass this amendment to show the executive branch what the legislature passes has meaning here. Are we going to be a weak legislature by not standing up for the laws that were written by this body and the other body of the legislature? Or are we going to be a weak legislature? Or are we going to stand up and show the executive branch that when a law is written, it is to be followed? Members, and I heard the last testimony. I didn't catch who it was who spoke. But if indeed the executive branch, if indeed the Commissioner of Management and Budget had the intention of trying to follow the law, which he was trying to persuade us in committee that he was trying to do, they would have brought, that agency would have brought to the legislature and delivered an agency bill that they deliver all the time. All these agencies flood the email boxes of legislators with the type of legislation they want to have enacted so that they can be the executive branch they want to be. They do it all the time. Unfortunately, too many of us bring that forward and enable them, further making us a weaker legislature. But he had the opportunity, and Commissioner Franz had the opportunity to bring forward their type of solution. If they thought that the law was unworkable, they had 10 or 11 years to bring forward language to correct it. Not once have I seen or heard of that. They didn't want to correct it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, they didn't want to follow the law. They snubbed their noses at the legislature, and now they're coming and wanting to, they've got Democrats in the House and the governor who want to help them get rid of this because it's inconvenient for them. They don't like it. Matter of fact, this is a policy of the people, Madam Speaker. I encourage you to support Representative Nash's amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the Nash Amendment. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash, for this amendment. There's a theme in this state government bill that is really concerning and should be concerning to all of us as legislators, and that's this idea that we as legislators pass laws. The executive branch executes those laws. But the executive branch has not been doing that. When this happens, the legislative process completely breaks down. I mean, the amendment has already been explained, right? We're repealing the repeal of the gain sharing program. It was enacted in 2011. And the point of this program was to award a portion of realized savings to state employees who came up with the ideas to generate those savings in our government. The whole point is to reward employees for figuring out how to make government more efficient, how to make us more responsible with their money, because that's what this is. And what we have learned is that MMB has never even tried to implement this program. They haven't even tried. We actually had an OLA investigation into this. And what they found is that not only was MMB not following the gain sharing law, but they had no intention of doing so. The Office of the Legislative Auditor found that MMB had no intention of enacting the laws made by the legislature. How is this not alarming to everyone in this chamber? Now, I get that my Democrat colleagues might not love this particular provision. I get that. But what if it was something else? You know, what if we just passed police reform that the executive branch decided they didn't want to enact? They didn't like what we passed. And so they just don't enact it, and we're okay with that? They're going to come back and we'll say, well, okay, I guess you said so. You're not going to enact our laws, so we'll just get rid of them. What are we doing? Like, this is nonsense. This is nonsense. If this is how we're going to run things, our legislative process completely breaks down. The separation of powers completely breaks down. And I guess as we've seen over the last year, our DFL colleagues are not so concerned about that anyway, but we still think it matters. We still think it matters. Representative Nash, thank you for the amendment. I encourage a yes vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Nash, thank you for working on this issue in committee and bringing it to the House floor. And I think Representative New brings up also very good comments about instilling the power of the legislature. And I'm looking at the overall bill, members, and the huge amount of spending and growth in government. And while Minnesota families have tightened their budgets, Democrats continue to grow government and then also have the nerve to take out a provision that actually should make government more efficient on top of growing government. So I think this is a great amendment, and we should support it. Thank you.
Further discussion to the Nash Amendment. The maker of the motion, Representative Nash. The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Frankly, I'm disappointed the removal of the gain sharing shows disrespect for our state workers. Across this country, across this state, we have companies that empower the workers for their ideas. They do the work, they know what to do, they know how to do it better. The idea is to empower them to be involved, to respect their dedication to their work and their input to do things better. Now, if leadership in the agencies are having difficulty, they're the ones that need to be adjusted. but taking away the respect for our workers, their knowledge and dedication to what they do and how they serve is not the right thing to do. We need to support this amendment, support the respect of our state workers and their ideas and their dedication. Please vote green.
Any further discussion to the Nash Amendment? Representative Nash.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. So, for those of you that are brand new members, I think we're discouraging the use of freshmen, but for those of you that have had the joy of swearing in here on the floor, it's a huge deal. It's an honor to stand here and say that you are taking on that oath to do your level best to pass laws that will ultimately benefit the people of the state of Minnesota, and that we are creating them. We are taking a solemn oath to create laws. When we do that, it's after a lengthy process. And many of you that are here in the chamber were there and probably voted for the gain sharing program. And again, you should be offended that the administration chose to ignore that. And that's just not me saying that. It's not. That was the OLA. And for those of you, again, that are brand new and you've maybe not seen the tremendous work done by the OLA, holy cow. They are, if you put those people in a baseball game as an umpire, they would have the most consistent strike zone ever. Because they call it fair. They call balls and strikes fairly. And what they said is that the administration made zero attempt to even comply with a law that this body and those other people down the hall made that were signed into law by the governor. That's a big deal. So again, it's not me saying that the administration wantonly disregarded. That was the OLA with a little bit of Nash embellishment. But members, you should hold the administration's feet to the fire and say, this is a law, it's important. Laws should not be flippantly disregarded, because if some of these provisions become law, and some of them will, but any bills that we pass through here, Minnesotans are held accountable to them. But the Dauphin or the King, not so much. We can let them off the hook. No, laws apply universally. They should be upheld. They should be followed. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the 812 Nash Amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Bernardi.
Bernardi, no.
Bernardi, no. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Damath.
Damath, aye.
Damath, aye. Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hassan. Hassan. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kreshaw. Kreshaw. Lilly.
Lily, no.
Lilly, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Long. Long. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason. Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Pinto.
Pinto, no.
Pinto, no. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Robbins.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Hassan.
Son, no.
Hassan, no. Kreshaw. Kreshaw.
Grisha, aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Long.
Long, no.
Long, no. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I forget, I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Representative New Brindley would like to request a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment let me just say, there's three words that come to mind for me when it comes to this bill: accountability, transparency, responsibility. And frankly, overall, the bill is really lacking on all of those accounts. And this amendment will address one of them. This amendment would remove the repeal of the agency transfer report from the bill. Now, the agency transfer report was enacted in 2017, and it requires agencies to report to the appropriate finance chair of the legislature any large inter or intra-agency transfers that take place during the biennium. And this came about because there was concern about the practice of agencies shifting money to fund their own priorities instead of the legislative priorities that had been laid out. When the legislature appropriates money, we do so for a specific purpose. And what we have found is that the agencies, the executive branch once again, likes to take those dollars that we, the legislature, have appropriated and move them around and play a little shell game with that money. They decide what matters to them, and then they shift the money around to fund those priorities. Well, the legislature has appropriating authority for a reason. We are the ones who direct how money is spent. But this has been going on in perpetuity, so we enacted this in the legislature in 2017. Now, interestingly, what we heard from MMB in committee was that writing these reports is costly and takes a lot of time. Okay, members, there is no better reason for us to have these reports. Because if the people who are making these transfers require a great deal of time to come up with the reports, then there is a lot of this stuff going on. And I suspect that all of us as legislators have had the experience of trying to pull information out of the departments and out of the agencies. And it is not easy. It is not easy, and unfortunately, it often comes down to making a formal data privacy or data practices request. It is crazy that we as legislators cannot get information about how the money we appropriated is spent. The fact that we as legislators have to file data requests to get that information is bonkers. This stuff is crazy. And now we're saying, but that's hard. The agency doesn't like making those reports. Well, this is exactly why we need them. If it's that hard for us as legislators to get this kind of information, how hard is it for the public to get this information? We know where to look. We know who to ask. And we still have to pull teeth to get it. The public doesn't have the resources at their fingertips that we have. This is a bill about transparency. This amendment is about maintaining transparency in our government. It was a terrible provision to add to the bill, and I would ask that members support the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, 3 words come to mind for me, too, with regards, to the bill as a whole. Eliminating duplicative work. Members, this is a less government bill. Repeal of the interagency transfer report will I'll continue.
Members, please observe decorum on the floor. Representative Carlson.
Repeal of the interagency transfer report will save Minnesota taxpayers money, improve employee productivity, and as I mentioned, eliminate duplicative work. The material contained within the report can easily be accessed by our nonpartisan House, Senate, and Legislative Budget Office fiscal analysts through the state's accounting and budget systems. Before the enactment of this provision, agencies routinely provided copies of interagency agreements to the legislature upon request. And with the repeal of this report, that same work will continue. Members, this information is abundantly available to all of us as well as the public. There is no reason why we need to be wasting our valued employees' times on creating the same work twice. Let's have that be put towards helping the people of Minnesota.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Carlson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry to jump the gun there. Representative, can you help me and my constituents and Representative New's constituents and Representative Haley's constituents, can you show us where these pieces of information that you said we'd have to get from fiscal staff are available to the public?
Representative Carlson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Nash, this information is abundantly available to you upon request. One of the main reasons for the repeal is that all this effort went forward to produce this. Not a single question from the legislature, not a single inquiry about clarifying a piece of information. This information gathers dust. If you have a question, staff is more than willing and able to provide for it.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a bunch of us here that like to do the nerdy report reading things. I'm one of them. Representative New is one of them. Representative Haley is one of them, and a lot of us are. I've been on this committee for 7 years, and perversely, I love this committee. Some people wonder why, but we are in charge of appropriating money and watching how it's spent. And if this report is not made available, if it's not put like our committee web pages where documents are uploaded so people can download them and read them, when they hear about a bill or they hear about something being spent, there's a link on a page that they can download. If you remove this, who's going to know? The reason you want to remove this is because you don't want to be held accountable to the money in the manner in which you're spending it. That's it. That's as simple as it is. When we passed this, when we were last in the majority, I was proud to be able to say to some people, we are literally throwing the doors open and saying, come on in, check it out, see how we're spending your money. However, what you're proposing is we're going to turn the lights off, we're going to close the door and say, don't go in there, bad things happen when you ask questions. That's what you're saying. You know, I know we're not supposed to use props, but since it's in my pants, this is where money comes from, people. This is where money that taxpayers send to St. Paul comes from. And people who have the money pried out of their wallet should be able to say, I'd like to see a report. I want to know how you're spending my money. and the agencies and departments that are heretofore doing a report, how hard is it? Is it that bad? Did you get a paper cut? If we cannot expect people to file reports on how they're spending money, what are we doing? You know, I run a number of sales organizations, and I sit on a number of boards, and as a trustee at several colleges that I serve on board of trustees at, I get reports on how money is spent. I guess I should go and tell them now, don't bother, that's so hard. Take a day off. We don't want to make too much work for you, that's onerous. No, the money that we are entrusted to spend here in St. Paul should be sacrosanct. We should not get away and get out of the business of creating reports so the public, whose money you take to spend on state government, can say, oh, I'm okay with that, or oh, I'm outraged, and then they can contact their legislator and they can try to make a change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And normally we've heard the discussion before or variations of it. I don't think I've ever heard the proposal of cutting government, supporting cutting government, smaller government by cutting transparency and accountability. That's a new one to me. To me, transparency and accountability were huge components to the base core of our government. And I guess I'm against cutting transparency and accountability. I will pitch in more money to pay for that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, this bill has over $1 billion in spending. And with this provision, it keeps some transparency in there. But House Democrats continue to have government live outside its means, and instead choosing to continue to grow on autopilot and without transparency. This is a simple, clean government amendment to let the taxpayers and the legislature know how our $1 billion is being spent. And so while Minnesota families have tightened their budgets in their own family and taken a look at how they're spending their dollars a little bit more tightly over the last year, why is it so hard to ask government to do the same? Please support this amendment.
Further discussion to the New Brindley Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion. I'll be honest, I was trying not to giggle, which, frankly, if you know me, is hard for me. But I was trying not to just laugh out loud as I was hearing some of the discussion. We were told that this information is easily accessed by House fiscal staff, by House fiscal analysts. They can easily access this information. Okay, well, if anyone knows our House fiscal analysts, we know that they're essentially walking encyclopedias. We don't have, as much as I'd like to think that I am reasonably sharp, I don't have the wherewithal that our House fiscal analysts have. My goodness, these people are brilliant and walking encyclopedias. But this is easily accessed through House fiscal analysts. But I would ask the question, how do you even know to request the information? How do you know to request the information without these reports? We have no idea. Better to have a streamlined process in place to provide these reports than have a whole lot of requests coming in for the information. The other thing I would just say, we were just told that this information just gathers dust. No one ever uses it. Well, frankly, that is a real condemnation of my Democrat colleagues in this House. Because what a shame that we, as legislators, are not choosing to hold our government accountable. We absolutely should be using this information. We should be monitoring how the administration is spending the funds that we appropriate. Members, I would ask for a yes vote.
Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A13 New Brindley Amendment. Those voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Davney, no.
Davney, no. Franzen.
Franson, yes.
Franzen, aye. Garofalo. Garofalo. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Katiza Watun.
Tiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kreshaw.
Grisha, aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Lilly.
Lily, no.
Lilly, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason. Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, aye. Robbins.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins, aye. Sandsted.
Anstead, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Garofalo. Garofalo.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment would add language giving the legislature the right to intervene in lawsuits over state laws and require the LCC to approve settlements that declare state statutes unconstitutional. The language would address, frankly, a really troubling trend of the executive branch reaching settlements or consent decrees with litigants that nullify state law. As the legislature, we have an interest in making sure the laws that we pass are properly defended in the courts. And not addressing the situation will continue to degrade the separation of powers, again, which we have seen over and over and over again this last year. And it just continues to allow the executive branch to disregard the legislature's role in what should be legislative process. I would ask for a roll call vote, Madam Speaker.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would request a yes vote on the bill. On the amendment, not the bill.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Representative New Brindley, for supporting my bill. But members, this is a bad amendment, but it's something that I want to ask you to vote no on it because we've not heard this in committee, and this probably should go through the committee process. It is very complex. There are many issues that could cause problems for the state and for our legislature. By us getting in the middle of it, we could give up our we could give up our the presumption that our liability. We could issue or make the legislature itself liable for a lot of these things. Could also make huge costs put on the legislature because we'd be hiring an outside expensive attorney. So there'd be a lot of cost to this bill, but it's just a bad thing to go. Wisconsin has a similar law right now. And in the case of Wisconsin, the federal courts have ruled that they have upheld the denial of intervention of the legislature in many lawsuits. So members, this is a bad amendment, but for the most part, if it's something we want to do, we want to look at, this should go through the committee process where we can get issues pro and con on this, and we can have a deeper dive into it. Doing this on the floor is dangerous for us as a legislature. I ask you to vote no.
Any further discussion to the New Brindley A22 amendment? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Nelson, a couple of comments. One, I did in fact request a hearing on this bill months ago, and so it's odd for the chair to say, well, it didn't have a hearing. Well, I assure you that's not my fault. So, but I would ask Chair Nelson to add this to the committee. We actually have a committee hearing tomorrow morning at 8:30 for state government. And Chair Nelson, I would very much appreciate a hearing on the bill tomorrow morning. I'd be happy to be prepared to present that bill in committee tomorrow. I also am wondering if we're going to suspend the rules to remove the other provisions in this bill that were not heard in committee, because there are others. And I would assume that for the sake of consistency that Chair Nelson will be opposing the Howard Amendment that will be coming up shortly, which also was not heard in committee. Members, we as a legislature, again, I mean, this is a theme throughout this bill. We as a legislature should be fighting for what we pass as a legislature. This is our job. This is our job, and we continue to cede power, to muddy the waters on separation of powers with the executive branch. At some point, I do hope we stand up and say the legislature matters. I know we have not seen that from our Democrat colleagues over the past year, but it's time. We're giving you lots of opportunities here. The legislature matters. What we do matters. But time and time again, you confirm that you don't think it does, that you don't think what we do here does matter. And it's really unfortunate. Members, I would encourage a yes vote on the amendment.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A22 New Brindley amendment. Those voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Hi. I know.
Berg.
No.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney. Davney. Franzen.
Hanson votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Grossel.
Grosso, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Katiza Watun.
Kiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kreshaw.
Kreshaw, aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Lilly.
Lily, no.
Lilly, no. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Moran.
Moran, no.
Moran, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, N, aye.
Nelson, N, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Robbins.
Robbins, aye.
Robbins, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sozinski. Sozinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Sozinski, aye. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Davney.
Daphne, aye. Or excuse me, Daphne, no.
Davney, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is an equitable layoff amendment, and we stand here at the seat of government, but we have dedicated state workers across the state, and this is meant if there is a layoff that happens, that it's geographically balanced. Thank you, members.
Discussion to the Quam amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Nash.
No, we're not going. We were.
Changed your mind. Discussion to the Quam amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. While I have some concerns about this amendment, possibly if a facility was closed out state, that we might have to leave employees working out there in an empty facility. I think we can accept this amendment and urge our members to vote yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Quam amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cosnick moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
Representative Cosnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, there's the old saying that there's no free ride. Well, apparently at the state capitol in the Capitol parking garage, you might have noticed some fancy green charging stations that would essentially give some people a free ride home and using the state's electricity and hooking up networks on there. But so what this amendment would do would insert language that requires the parkers at the Capitol complex who do charge their cars to pay for the electricity that they use. As electric cars become more widely used, the state shouldn't be paying the freight for House members to get home. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment.
Madam Chair.
Representative Nelson.
Madam Speaker.
I think.
Madam Chair, I'll go last, please.
Please identify yourself.
Representative McDonald.
Representative McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support Representative Koznick's amendment to the bill for the sole reason it's been kind of a sore point here, parking fee, since that parking ramp was paid for when my father served in the legislature and retired in 1990, and yet we're still paying for it. So therefore, I think this could be an opportunity to make some reforms regarding that parking space that we all park in and have advantage of those who are getting a free ride to paying for their energy. Seems only fair. Matter of fact, I would, if he was accept an oral amendment, I would suggest maybe we get rid of all the parking fee for the House members in that SOB, since that parking ramp's been paid for a long time ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, while I'm being told from the Department of Administration that actually it's going to cost more to charge people for this to go through the paperwork, I believe there is some sense to this, and so members, I will accept the amendment.
Any further discussion to the Koznick amendment?
Madam Speaker, Representative Lucero.
The member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't want to comment on the bill. I just want my seatmate, Representative Koznick. I'd like to talk with you at the end of session. Thank you.
We think we all agree with you. Representative Garofalo, did you request somebody to yield?
No, I'll take my conversation with my seatmate, Representative Koznick. I'll take that with him offline. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the chair, Nelson, would yield for a question.
Representative Nelson, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
He will. Representative Lucero.
Madam Speaker and Chair Nelson, I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. I was multitasking here and I heard your answer out of the periphery of my hearing. And I thought I heard you say that state government is so incredibly inefficient that the shuffling of some paperwork is more expensive than the sum total of weeks, months, and years of charging electric vehicles would be. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. Could you confirm that was indeed your answer?
I didn't hear him say that. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members know that what the administration is saying, and actually businesses will say the same thing, to bill somebody for something, a small, insignificant amount, whatever the charge is, costs money in paperwork, it costs money in employee time, costs money in a lot of areas, costs money to send a stamp, send the bill in the mail, a stamp. But what they're saying is the cost of having to do all that, figuring out how much each person costs, putting meters on it, that it's going to cost more to do all of that than they're going to recover in cost or in payment from the employees that are using those meters.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I frankly do not believe that answer from the administration. I believe that is just a way to not allow people to be charged for the energy that they are using. And this is something that we don't necessarily have to have an exact amount. We could have to have an average. Maybe it's $10 a month. Have it automatically deducted from the members' paychecks. It simply would not be that difficult. And so I just don't accept that answer from the administration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Much better. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in the interest of brevity, I'll just say that represent my colleague and my seatmate, Representative Koznick, the author of this amendment, I just need to talk with him at the end of session. I'll keep that conversation offline. We don't need to talk about it in front of everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my seatmate, I think what I heard you saying is that you're willing to pick me up in the morning, to swing over towards Lakeville a little bit, and then we'll head north together, and you'll give me a ride home. So I appreciate that, and I accept that offer. Members, I had heard from the administration, and that we can simplify this, and so I appreciate a yes vote. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Koznick Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I saw the list, and this is a little out of order, but I'll get there. So the A38 would require, let me get here, that limits the transfers of funding to the governor's office from the fiscal 21 levels. Right now, the amendment says that the payments received each fiscal year from the executive agencies under the Minnesota statutes support the cost of the governors to not exclude the residence groundkeeper and may not exceed the amount of received for fiscal 21. I would ask for your support.
Just to be clear, members, we are on the A38 amendment. I think I intended to pick up the A39, but we're on the A38 amendment. So discussion to the A38. Representative Nelson.
Mute myself. Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. I would suggest a no vote on this. This is cutting funding back. This bill is about funding the government. This would just, I already cut payments back on the staff of the government, staff of the governor's staff. So I request a no vote.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be brief. Members, if you look at the totality of this budget, it's not really cutting your millions and millions and millions of dollars over base. So it's not necessarily a cost-cutting bill, and I think that this is a fine request. I ask for your green vote.
Seeing no further discussion on the Nash Amendment, Representative Garofalo, are you seeking recognition on this amendment?
Oh, good Lord, not again. No, no.
All those in favor of the Nash Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Heinzman moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A39.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Heinzman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is my amendment, and I would request a roll call. This amendment would prohibit the State Arts Board from funding projects that promote domestic terrorism or other criminal activities. This isn't a new idea. This has been in the form of a bill on a number of different occasions since 2016 and has been a part of many conversations over the course of time. And thought that we would bring this up again and maybe discuss it for a few minutes. If I'll just refresh some memories who may not recall, it is the result of a number of projects that have been funded, one specifically, and I referenced 2016 as sort of a point when we started seeing that there was a problem. Number of stories covered this as well, but a video game was produced that allowed the players to engage in acts of domestic terrorism and destroying infrastructure around the state. So thousands of taxpayer dollars were spent towards producing this video game. And we've had meetings with the director of the State Arts Board and others, and one of the comments that comes back to justify these kinds of things is that we don't censor art. And obviously that conversation goes back to more of a federal conversation. And I think the argument is really simple. Well, then why do we have a state arts board? Clearly, there's a process for selecting projects that fit what I think most people envision when they think of art that should be supported and paid for at taxpayer expense. If people want to produce something on their own dime, that's their right. That is their First Amendment right to do that. But we're talking about taxpayer dollars. And when we're talking about some of the arguments, censorship, I think it's ridiculous, because if you really wanted to simply fund art and you weren't going to produce boards and organizations to select which projects are funded, you would put every project into a hat and just pull them out one by one and fund them to the extent that you could. So that's my amendment, and I'd ask members for a green vote.
Representative Heinzman requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, exactly, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As was stated, this is a matter of censorship. Why doesn't this include not funding art that supports QAnon or supports white supremacy or supports any number of things that one element or another may not agree with? Part of the reason for art is discussion and bringing ideas to the forefront to have discussion and to move forward the conversation about different things. So members, I say vote no on this amendment. That's what the Arts Board is for, is to take the limited funds that we give them and put them out there.
Discussion to the A39 amendment. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, members, I would recommend a no vote on this amendment. I'm sorry, I recommend a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A39? Representative Heinzman, you still want a roll call given that the majority leader has recommended a yes vote on your amendment?
That's not necessary. Thank you. I'd appreciate the support of the majority, and would appreciate the opportunity to move this onto the bill.
Representative Heinzman withdraws his request for a roll call. All those in favor of the Heinzman amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Aye. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A40.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're on the same page now. Madam Speaker, before I move forward, I'm going to request a roll call on this.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. There's 14 Republicans in the chamber. Democrats, can you help them out? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A40 would require that no later than October 1st of this year that the Cosmetology Board begin submitting a report on their expenses to the legislature. And I will hold up, not a prop, this came in the mail from the Cosmetology Board to me. This is a report that they just submitted on their inspections. One proves my point from earlier that doing a report's not that onerous, but we would ask that this report gets expanded to include some of their expenditures. And I will review briefly some of the bipartisan research that we found out about some of the ways they spend their money. $498,000 in remodeling, $387 in new office furniture, $10,000, don't forget the couch, $10,000 couch. $18,000 in promotional materials, $4,700 for designing letterhead, $1,650 for decorative pillows. That's a lot of pillows. I hope they're plush. And $1,000 for the sugar cookies. Don't forget the sugar cookies. So, Madam Speaker, I would request your support on this. This is not onerous. They know how they're expending, and Minnesotans should know how they're spending their money as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the Nash Amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I request a no vote on this. This little board, in the time that I've been chair of the State Government Committee, has given me more headaches than any other, but members, they're already reporting to us. They already give us an annual report, members, and they give reports on the number of inspections and stuff they do, as Representative Nash held up. But members, we don't need to have another report. So please vote no.
Discussion to the Nash Amendment. Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, here again we go. We have a bill that spends over $1 billion and grows government, but we can't request at least a little bit of transparency for some of the outrageous spending that I think most people would consider kind of outrageous for a $10,000 couch for a state agency. I don't understand why this amendment would be opposed. You know, Minnesotans have struggled over the last year, tightened their budgets, done without a few extra things that they normally do. And why is it so hard to contain the spending of a government agency? And here all we're doing is asking for a little bit of transparency and accountability. Why would we vote against that? I don't understand. But again, as Minnesota families tighten their budgets, this is an example of the overall bill that Democrats continue to grow and grow government. And I appreciate the amendment by Representative Nash and urge a yes vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertaus. We are not able to hear you at the moment. The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Nelson please yield for a question?
Representative Elkins?
Nelson with an N.
Nelson, gotcha. Representative Nelson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
He will. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, I just wanted to get your thoughts and on the expenditures of the Minnesota Cosmetology Board. Do you approve of those expenditures? Representative Nash.
Maybe Representative McDonald has a question about broadband in Delano, but we don't know what his question was. Representative McDonald, let's try again. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, would Representative Nelson, does he approve of those expenditures that Representative Nash mentioned, and as to why he wouldn't accept this one and put up with such expenditures, and why? What's his thoughts on that?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And Representative McDonald, no, I don't approve of those. We actually held a hearing last session about their spending and about that issue. But Representative or members, they already are reporting back to us, and we already have oversight. And if need be, we can hold another hearing about that. But the members, that expenses were held many years ago, at least 4 years ago, that those expenses were, and they've been reviewed multiple times. Like I said, for right now, we get reports for them. We get numerous reports from them. We don't need any more reports for them. We have the power to call them in and ask them questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, you've heard it from Representative Nelson. They reviewed those expenditures multiple times, and yet he still tolerates such silliness and foolishness of the taxpayers' money. So, Representative Nelson, I think you should indeed have another hearing on the expenditures, and I look forward to having that hearing and listening in on guarding the taxpayers' dollars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And well, so again, this was sent to my office. It's a report on their inspections. It was sent certified mail, so apparently they've got money for that. Members, again, I talk to my constituents regularly. None of them have a $10,000 couch in their office. None of them spend $1,000 for sugar cookies. And Representative New Brindley keeps looking at me when I say sugar cookies, freaking me out. None of them are spending money on a consultant to design letterhead for their board. But this apparently is your message. This apparently you're growing their budget. Madam Speaker, could Representative Nelson yield to a quick question?
Representative Nelson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
He will. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, what is the increase in the budget that you're proposing today for the Cosmetology Board?
Representative Nelson.
Give me a second and I'll look up here. The amount for the Cosmetology Board is $2,969,000. I can't remember what how much of an increase that is. And I don't have fiscal staff here to help me. Let me see if I can find it in my envelope here. But members, the money that the money that they spend comes to them through a special revenue fund that is paid into them by the cosmetologists with their fees. And I guess I should have had this one ahead of me.
Madam Speaker.
Right now, Representative Nelson has the floor.
I have his answer.
If he has the answer, Madam Speaker, he can let him give it. I got it here on the spreadsheet, but there.
Representative Nelson cedes the floor to you. Representative Nash.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Nelson, you and I share our frustration with the Cosmetology Board, but their increase is $139,000 over base, making the total appropriation of $3,016,000. So that, members, is a lot of sugar cookies. Lots and lots. You could buy a whole bakery to make sugar cookies, I think. But members, this is what we're seeing in these budget bills. And I've been waiting for the appropriate time to, I created a quote of the day from my side. It's one of my favorite quotes. It's by Oscar Wilde and says, "The bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy." Let me say that again. The bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. We are giving bureaucrats a chuck on the shoulder saying, even though you have a $10,000 couch and an addiction to sugar cookies, we're going to give you more money because you're really nice people. Or to other agencies, we're going to give you more money, even though necessarily now we won't even be able to know how you're spending that money because we're killing off the reports. What I will tell you is people on Main Street, Waconia, and Main Street, Watertown, and Main Street, Minnesota don't have $10,000 couches, don't have boxes of sugar cookies. They don't have the ability to renovate their facilities to the tune of $387,000. And all I'm asking for is for this report that I got from them that has their inspections to now include their expenditures. What a crazy idea. Woo! Outrageous. Members vote green.
Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A40 Nash Amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels, aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney. Davney. Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Frazier.
Frazier, no.
Frazier, no. Garofalo. Garofalo. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Creshaw.
Creshaw, aye.
Creshaw, aye. Lippert. Lippert. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald. McDonald.
aye. McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, aye. O'Driscoll.
O'Driscoll, aye.
O'Driscoll, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Swazinski. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Tice.
Tice, aye.
Tice, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Garofalo. Garofalo. Lippert.
Lippert, no.
Lippert, no. No, I called him twice, but.
Garofalo votes aye.
Garofalo, aye. One, two. So you got 4 gone?
I had 2 that voted wrong.
Oh. Yep. Okay.
We're just trying to let them know.
Sure.
It's easier when we're here.
Yeah. No, we're just waiting on something.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Quam moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A46.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And A46 is a fairly simple thing. When we discussed the increase of the threshold for small business directed solicitation threshold, it went from 250 to 750. I thought 3X was a little bit excessive for a change. I'd requested a little bit of detail of how many additional between 250 and 500 and 250 and $750,000, and I didn't receive any information. And I just think it would be prudent to only double what the limit is and see how that makes a change instead of tripling it. Thank you, members. And Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the Quam amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the Quam amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A47.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In committee, we heard from a number of the constitutional officers, and we heard from a number of departments that they, because of COVID, have sent a huge majority of their people home to work. And I asked specifically of the state auditor, knowing that she had offices that were around the state, what she was doing with those buildings, and we were told, oh, while empty, we're still paying on them. So the A47 is a requirement to admin to create a strategic plan on the impacts of COVID-19 and possibly just telework and remote work on how we utilize our rented spaces and other buildings from around the state. Would really urge your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There already is in the bill the Administrative Space Consolidation Strategic Plan. For them to take this additional information, look at it, is probably a good idea. COVID has changed a lot of things in the way government works and the way our employees are. That although, as the auditor said in the committee, there were some issues about leases that they had and getting out of leases because they don't have people there. But members, I request that you vote yes on this amendment. There is some sense to it.
The member from Dakota, Representative Cosnick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate Chair Nelson's accepting of this, but I do want to reiterate, this is another good example of this budget is spending over $1 billion, and here we have an example that you could compare to the businesses that are struggling in addition to the families that I've talked about. But so many businesses are reconsidering their office space, their telecommuting, and I appreciate that we're taking this amendment because this is an example of where government should as well. But overall, the bill makes very little effort or no effort to have government live within its means and instead choosing to continue growth on autopilot. And so I'm glad we're accepting this amendment, and I would also encourage members to vote as well.
Further discussion.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for your support.
Any further discussion to the amendment? All those in favor of the A7 amendment, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the A48 would insert language that we borrowed from the Judiciary Bill that would cancel the general fund appropriation that can be backfilled with federal funding. Really, we should be maximizing state dollars and figuring out how to maximize federal dollars. I don't serve in the judiciary, but I know that this is apparently through committee, and we've talked about this in committee, would urge your support on this because it is a very good thing to make sure that we're load balancing money that comes in from different sources. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, while we don't have current advice on how that is in the ARP, American Rescue Plan money that is coming forward in the last session doesn't appear to have a lot of money that's under our purview, I will accept this amendment. There is, again, some sense to this.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A55.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Many of you have had occasion to question fiscal notes done on your bills. I found that sometimes fiscal notes are completed without a full understanding of the implications of the bill. A simple note or phone call to clarify the bill would lead to a more accurate fiscal note. A few years back, they did one on a early rendition of my civics bill. And they included expense for experiential learning in the bill, when there was no requirement or suggestion of a whole class assignment entailing any expense. They also cited the expense of new standards and benchmarks when the new standards committee, which is currently working, was already scheduled. So I was being charged in the fiscal note for a committee that was going to be mandated or was mandated to already be underway. And so I'm asking a very simple provision here, a common sense one, if you will, that this measure be implemented to foster more accurate fiscal notes. And I know that Representative Nelson is certainly enthused about doing this.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Erdahl, my classmate in the legislature. Members, a few years back, and actually this is the first year this is the first biennium that's fully in operation. We created the Legislative Budget Office. I did not support that in the past, and I still see it as duplicative of what's already being done in the fiscal note process, because they're the ones that are now writing those fiscal notes, not the administration. And with that, though, we have the ability to reach out to the Legislative Budget Office, who is writing those notes for us and is supposed to be providing those, to ask questions and explain. So we can do this already, so I do not feel this is necessary amendment, so I urge the members to vote no.
Further discussion to the Erdahl amendment.
Madam Speaker.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And may I just suggest that, yeah, maybe they have the opportunity, but they don't. And fiscal notes come out that are simply wrong, when just a note or a phone call to the member would clear that up, and we wouldn't have this problem that we do have. And members, I know that many of you also share this opinion. And it just, again, it's a common sense thing, and I'm disappointed that Representative Nelson doesn't seize upon the opportunity for this very needed reform. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Erdahl amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to the Erdahl amendment, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A62.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sugar cookies, couches, and renovations. I think it's a little inappropriate spending. It may be better spent on some other things that do impart tremendous value. This would put, I believe it's $100,000 from the Cosmetology Board and move it to the minority councils. Would appreciate your green vote or your support since I'm not recalling.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Again, like as he said, this is taking it from the Cosmetology Board. The amount of the increase for the Cosmetology Board is basically the amount of money they need to cover their increased insurance costs and their increased employee costs. And so, members, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Again, it's more just going after the Cosmetology Board. And again, while they're not my favorite people and not my favorite board, this is just punitive to them. So, members, I urge a no vote.
Representative Nash.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just briefly, having sat on this committee for such a long time, we hear from them again and again and again and again that we need more money, we need more money, we need more money. And clearly, and I saw Representative Winkler shake his head, I'll stop with the sugar cookies. Unless you'd like one, I can maybe have someone from DoorDash bring one. But now that's a challenge, okay. But come on, this is a board that continually comes to us saying that they need more money, operating adjustments, carry forwards into the Odyssey Fund. We need help, we need more money, we need more this, we need more that. And then when we peel back the onion through bipartisan assessment of how they're spending their money, we find out that they're spending money on crazy things that I don't think any of you would like to have your name next to the decision to spend money on a $10,000 couch. So I think it's not untoward of me to say, let's put money where it's going to do the most good. I think that the minority councils do fantastic work. I'm proud to serve on one. Let's do better work there, and let's have the Cosmetology Board figure out how to get their house in order and get their stuff in a pile. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the Nash Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A65.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, this goes along with the theme from earlier. You know, we're seeing a huge muddying of the waters when it comes to separation of powers. So this bill, this amendment would actually remove the parts of the bill that are the policy, the Department of Admin policy, with the exception of one very good provision that will allow state canines to be given to their handlers once they retire from service. That certainly is a worthy provision. However, the vast majority of the admin policy bill is just another example of the executive branch on autopilot, doing what they want instead of following the direction given to them by the legislature. What happens is what we're finding is that the Department of Admin has made changes, just doing what they want to do. They just decide that they want to change things, they do it, and then they come back to the legislature and say, well, you know, this is what we do, so will you just change the law now to match what we do? Well, again, that's not how this works. This is actually our job to dig in, to look at the responsibilities of the Department of Admin, and to direct how the state is run. That's actually our job. And particularly the Department of Admin has come forward with quite a few requests to change law to match what they're already doing rather than vice versa. Again, this is a muddying of the waters of separation of powers, and it really needs to stop. We as a legislature have to take our role seriously and direct these agencies. And I would request a yes vote on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the New Brindley A65 amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is from what this bill does, except for it deletes most of the, or practically all of the Department of Administration's technical bill, which we get those technical bills from time to time, and usually sometimes every session, to clean up the statutes, make things work easier, eliminate stuff that no longer works that we no longer do, and to leave just the piece in there about allowing dog handlers to keep their canines, police officers to keep their canines after they're retired. It's just ridiculous to this. And so, members, I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And work easier. I'd prefer it work right. I prefer it follow the laws that we have worked out as a legislature and are to be implemented, not taken as a suggestion, not, oh, that's too hard for us to actually follow the law, so we're going to do what we want to do. No. Follow the law. If you come up with an idea that's easier and we still have gain sharing, submit it there, but follow the law.
Any further discussion to the New Brindley A65 amendment? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just point out quickly that this is not a technical bill, and it does not repeal all the bill. I would request your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A66.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I promise, I'm pretty sure this is the last one. But Madam Speaker and members, I honestly, and this is not meant to be punitive towards the Cosmetology Board, I think they need more oversight. I really do. And this amendment would move them under the Department of Health. And again, not my favorite agency from a monolithic perspective, but I do believe that this could fit in there. I do believe that we should have more oversight. And I'm not going to say those words, but Representative Winkler, I do have an order of sugar cookies being made right now. So even though we can't eat in the chamber, we'll find a place for them, Madam Speaker. But so this is not meant to be a gotcha amendment. This is not meant to be funny. This is meant to say state government should run better, and I would appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Eating in the rotunda is permitted. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to note that I have had some communication with the Department of Health on this, and they say they have not been contacted, and it would be extremely difficult for them to just take over the agency like this. So I do not think this appears not to have been fully worked through, and so I would hope members would vote no.
Any further discussion? Representative Nash.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if either my friend Chair Nelson or Chair Liebling are trying to play hot potato with this group, but that seems like what we're hearing. Please vote yes.
Any further discussion to the Nash Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A70.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if we had our masks off, you could see me laughing and smiling. The A70 amendment would move to create a study group on what to name as the official soup of the state of Minnesota. Now, Representative Greenman is laughing. I think she's a yes vote. She's with me on this. But here's the rationale behind this. In state government finance and in other committees along the way, we have heard a tremendous amount of the creation of task forces, working groups, boards, and things that we're trying to get to figure out the things that we should be doing. That the legislature, as a policy creating group of the state of Minnesota, we should be doing ourselves. So it's meant to be lighthearted, but if you wanted to vote for cream of mushroom, I think that all the Lutheran church ladies in the state of Minnesota making tater tot hot dish and other hot dishes would say, well done. Some might say cream of mushroom isn't an ingredient and that wild rice is a better one, but members, this is meant to be lighthearted. I hope that you will recognize it as such. I've been getting a lot of traction on Twitter, but we really should try to minimize the amount of work that we outsource to others that we should be doing ourselves. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the A70.
Representative Nash withdraws the amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
I want to vote for it.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A71.
Representative Nash.
And the hits just keep rolling. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the A71 is an amendment that would prohibit agencies from proposing administrative rules that would mirror or are substantially similar to policy that has come through the legislature and not been adopted. We've seen sometimes through rulemaking things that we know are not popular here in the state of Minnesota because the legislature did not adopt them become rules, so I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This would be problematic. Is the way I read it, it says legislation that was proposed but not enacted into law. So any idea that any member in the legislature would come up and get written into a bill that would prevent the departments throughout the state and the administration departments, when we pass laws, they have to come up with rules to administer them, but it would prevent them, because there's proposed legislation, from doing any rulemaking. This could affect our hunting seasons, which are always done by rule. It could affect a lot of other things along the way. And so this is problematic, and I urge a no vote on this.
Representative Erdahl, are you seeking recognition on this amendment, or did you want to say wild rice soup? Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I was going to comment on Representative Nash's soup. I just wanted to know if stew could be considered, but we're beyond that now.
Thank you, Representative Erdahl. Any further discussion to the Nash A71 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A73.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A73 is an effort to put into the hands of our OLA a little bit more money to do some IT audits. Recently, one of the very finest IT auditors that this state has seen, who was also the former CISO, Chris Busey, went on to do some other things. He was a great guy, and he had such capacity to do fine work. What we're seeing, members, as you watch some of the things in your own committees, is a profusion of technology, and we are creating more data as we go along. And the OLA is a great organization that comes in along behind us to sort of see how all those things are working mechanically. And I think that it is a very good idea to appropriate more money for the OLA. And if you were to ask some of them how it's going as they do IT audits, it's very difficult. And working in the IT industry for, I don't know, the last 15 years, I will tell you it is very difficult to find qualified people, but we have tremendous people that work at the OLA. I cannot speak highly enough of them. The work that they do is beyond reproach, and as I said before, they would make fantastic umpires at a baseball game because they consistently call balls and strikes in the defined strike zone. So we create data at an amazing rate here in the legislature, and I think that it would be best that we look at this. And in committee, we asked the Department of Revenue, when they were presenting their budgets, what if you didn't get an increase in your budget, what would happen? And they told us that they would still be able to do the work that they had been tasked to do. That was in committee. So that's why I chose this particular piece of the budget to move some money over to the OLA. I think it's a great idea and would appreciate your support.
Discussion to the amendment, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. That wasn't what the Department of Revenue said in committee. That wasn't the whole thing that they said. They said that they would concentrate on the more critical things, and some of the less critical things would fall fall behind and fall off their plate. Members, we've already given the legislative auditor, technically we've given them a huge increase this year because we are transferring the function of the single audits that we have to do as a state for federal dollars that we get, and a lot of federal dollars that we've gotten recently from the CARES Act and from some COVID relief acts, and we're transferring that responsibility from the legislative auditor to the Department of Administration. There was some concern about what he would do or what else, but the money we left for that operation, we left in the legislative auditors. So they're already getting almost a $5 million increase in their budget going forward. The Department of Administration is taking over that task. And this is going to allow the legislative auditor to hang on to his staff that he has and move forward. Members, this is one of the departments when we get our budgets and we do our targets. The target I got didn't allow me to fund all of the governor's requests. This is one of the places that we already nicked to fund other things in the budget, including our legislative budget. So members, I would urge a no vote on this. Again, the legislative auditor is already getting a large increase.
Further discussion to the A73. Representative Nash. All those in favor of the A73 amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Raleigh moves to amend House Bill number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A77.
The member from Anoka, Representative Raleigh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will codify the flying of a flag over the Capitol for the presentation to a police officer who has lost their life in the line of duty. Madam Chair and members, when I first began my campaign for the House of Representatives, I was told to look for compromise when crafting bills and amendments. I was told to learn the art of reaching across the aisle while working with my friends on the other side and finding common ground. I was told a story by a former legislator, Representative Andy Westerberg. He said, find an issue that everyone can agree on. He then said I should craft bills that help Minnesotans. Something like a bill that, protects puppies. Members, my amendment is to honor canine officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty. They've paid the ultimate sacrifice, and this bill will allow us to honor their service by flying a flag over the state capitol. In this moment of uncertainty, in this one issue, I think we can all agree on. We can come together on this one. We are literally voting on honoring puppies. Madam Chair.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hewitt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Raleigh. I've spoken with both Chair Eklund and Chair Nelson, and we would like the amendment to go on, and we recommend a green vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the Raleigh amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cosmic moves to amend House Bill number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A79.
Representative Cosmic.
1 second, A79? I was thinking the A10.
A79.
One moment.
Continuing appropriations.
We'll jump to the A9. Members, this amendment comes as an idea, as we know how hard it is to pass and find agreement on many of these budget bills, but through the process, hopefully we get there. But in recent history, we've seen many state shutdowns, and I'm concerned about media reports that members of the legislature, members of the TFL party have suggested that we don't negotiate on bills, that we hold up our state budget, our responsibility to pass a budget. And if that's the way Democrats want to negotiate, I think it should be noted that Republicans are here to do the work that we were elected to do. But it's not fair to the citizens of Minnesota to have a complete government shutdown. And so what the bill would do would fund the agency at a lights-on provision of 80% budgeting until we can, 80% of the base budget, so that we can continue to work with the legislature and through the legislative process to actually do the work that we want to do. So I would encourage, Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Representative Cosnick requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Earlier in discussion on other bills they've talked about, the GOP has talked about putting government on autopilot, not doing our jobs. Well, members, this is kind of a defeatist, what I look at as a defeatist amendment. It's saying that we're not going to do our work, we're not going to get our job done, and that's wrong. We should be working to get agreement with the Senate and passing budget bills. But this is a matter of putting state government spending on autopilot. We would never have to pass another bonding bill, or excuse me, another budget bill. We never have to do anything to lift our finger to do anything to make sure government is continuing to function. We're just putting it on autopilot. This is probably one of the worst amendments that I've seen coming forward today. And members, I encourage a no vote.
Any further discussion to the A79 Cosnick amendment? Representative Cosnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Nelson, I'm not sure if you've read the amendment, but this is just for this biennium. It's not continuing government spending. But you would know about that because your bill has over $16 million in operating adjustments that fuel autopilot. This is not the same thing. This is ensuring that state workers and the public has the ability to get the services done, while your party has already declared that we should not be negotiating budgets for your certain policy provisions. A news reporter, Theo Keith, tweeted, Minnesota Democrats, state lawmakers are threatening to bring a state government on the brink of shutdown. This isn't on us, Chair Nelson. What this amendment does is ensures that at 80%, not even current base funding, so it's actually a reduction in the state government, that we can continue to wait for the Democrats to come to the table and negotiate. And hopefully we can do that before we have to go to a government shutdown. But it's your members on your side of the aisle that have publicly stated you want a government shutdown. So members, I would encourage a green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A79 amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Ackland.
Ackland, aye.
Ackland, aye. Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
David's aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Elkins. Elkins. Feist. Feist. Franson.
Aye.
Franzen.
Franson, aye.
Franson, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Cagle.
Kegel, no.
Cagle, no. Katiza Watun.
Tiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Creshaw.
Grisha, aye.
Creshaw, aye. Mariani. Mariani. McDonald. McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Novotny.
Bonnie, aye.
Novotny, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Richardson.
No.
Richardson, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Just call your name again at the end. You don't need to.
Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Elkins.
Elkins, no.
Elkins, no. Feist. Feist, no. Mariani.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A81.
Member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to offer this amendment and members to be able to vote in favor of the A81 amendment. What my amendment seeks to do is to specify the money that would go to NPR that only can be spent on funding for Minnesota's emergency alert system and Amber Alert system. Many of us are well aware that NPR is the mouthpiece of the progressive Democrat agenda. Oftentimes, though, they just speak in a very low, monotone voice to make the radical agenda that they're pushing sound more peaceful. But the reality is taxpayers should not pay for any of this propaganda programming. So that's why I'm offering the A81 amendment to ensure that taxpayer dollars does not go to fund any propaganda and only for our emergency broadcast system. And I look forward to a green vote. Thank you so much.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Members, this is money that does not go to programming. This is money that goes to equipment grants all the way across the state from northern Minnesota, from Bemidji, all the way to southern Minnesota, Winona, Worthington. That these public radio stations are the ones that are the backbone of the Amber system. They're the ones that put out the Amber alerts when they happen across the state, and other emergencies that are done. And limiting this equipment to just stuff for the Ambers, that would basically hamstring these stations from being able to do the work that they need to do. The equipment that they use across the board for everything else is also used for this Ambers. And it'd be like buying a car and saying, I'm only going to drive this when I go to the grocery store. But everything else you got to do, I have to have a different car to drive that. It is it's overly restrictive, and it's foolish to do this, and members, I urge a no vote.
Discussion to the Lucero amendment. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, that's exactly what it should be, is that those that are involved, and I agree with the chair's description, that which is required for emergency broadcast and other emergency equipment, a perfectly and legitimate use of taxpayer dollars, but not when that equipment is used for programming that pushes a progressive agenda. So I encourage, once again, a green vote. And Madam Chair, I look forward to your superwoman ears to cut through the audio, the voice votes on this non-roll call. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Lucero motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cosnick moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Cosnick.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Members, the agency grant retainage, when an agency offers grants to different entities, oftentimes in our legislation, we prescribe the administrative retainage that the agency can receive for administering and covering some of the administrative costs of providing those grants as we dictate. But what this amendment would do would eliminate the automatic withholds contained within the bill, and instead allow agencies only to retain whatever portion of the grants that we as a legislature specifically allow. And the state agency may only retain appropriations for the cost of administering a grant if the appropriation expressly is authorizes an amount for that purpose. So with that, I would request a yes vote, and Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Representative Cosnick requests a roll call. Seeing 14 Republican hands and 1 charitable Democrat, there will be a roll call. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is so that the Department of Administration can oversee these grants and pay for it. It costs money. It costs employee time, which again costs the state money to do this stuff. The bill says they may retain up to 5%, but they don't have to if they don't need that much. Members, instead of having to come back to us every time we write a grant and put money into it, that they can take this much money. This gives them the flexibility to, depending if it's a more extensive work needs to be done or less extensive work, to be able to right size the amount of money they charge for the grants. And so I request a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the numbers that you just heard from the chair are only part of the story. They can take 5 to upwards of 10 on a competitive grant, 10%. And this has been an issue that I have actually been very intrigued by for my entirety here at the legislature. 10% on the high end of that peel off automatically seems quite large. I mean, that's again, allowing for the expanding of the bureaucracy to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. 10% peel off on a competitive grant, or 5% on automatic grants or grants from the state to a group, just to say, here is your money, and there's your grant. And then we'll follow up afterwards with a little bit of paperwork behind the scenes. Now, I don't discount that work does need to be managed, because as you know, I love reports, and I think that we should be able to have those reports come to us. But for the love of lutefisk, 10% on a competitive grant, that is unbelievably high. And if we were to look at some of the not-for-profits on their cost of administration and what they do with dollars received versus dollars that they allocate towards overhead, that alone should concern you on the amount that you're now allowing to be taken off the top from a grant. And perhaps naively, people will be writing away on their computers or on, I guess this would be a legal pad, to say, oh, I hope I get this grant, it's going to be fantastic. And then the department says, hey, guess what? We're going to peel off 10% to take care of our people. to make sure that this is appropriated and managed in a Cadillac-like manner. So members, Representative Cosnick has a really good amendment here, and I would ask for your support.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Nelson, I'm just shaking my head a little bit because this is kind of common sense. One amendment, you argue that we're going on autopilot and we're actually reducing the size of government by at least 20%. Your overall bill spends over $1 billion and an increase of $39.5 million over base and $5.5 million more than the governor requested. And I would hope that you would accept this provision that streamlines that a little bit, because when we offer these grant programs, as legislators, we really care about these issues that we're advocating for. Why wouldn't we want more of that money to go to the purpose we intend rather than to create more and more government at 5 or 10% automatically? It's insane. You know, families are struggling and have been struggling. Many that I know have had incomes reduced 20, 40%. Many more have been laid off. And we can't simply do a couple things here that we're requesting to rein in government a little bit. So what your bill is continuing to grow government. I would hope that we could accept this amendment. If agencies have concerns about their ability to manage grants with the funds provided to them, they can let us know and we can adjust that through the legislative process, but to put it on automatic pilot is not good governance. So members, I would encourage a green vote to support cleaner government.
There being no further discussion, roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A10 Cosnick Amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Backer votes aye.
Backer, aye. Berg. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
David votes aye.
David's aye. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Franzen.
Franson, yes.
Franzen, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Johnson.
Johnson, yes.
Johnson, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Katiza Watun.
Batiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Gotti, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N. Aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Quam. Quam. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no.
There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cosmic moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
Representative Cosnick.
Thank you again, members and Madam Speaker. The A11 is a good vote to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. And for contract fraud protection, this amendment would require the state to investigate allegations of fraud violations relating to state contracts. This language does come from the Office of Legislative Auditors recommendations that were contained within the report contained a matter of a master state contract where a vendor was double billing for local and state law enforcement. And so when there's an indication or allegations of fraud, we want to know about it, and this will help us be a more effective state government. So I would request the roll call, Madam Speaker.
Representative Cosnick requests a roll call. There being 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
And members, I would request the green vote. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote on this. This is something we didn't get a chance to discuss in committee. We didn't get a chance to get testimony on it from the AG's office, from other people involved. This is a little more complicated than what the maker of the amendment suggests. And if we want to do this, we should have a full hearing about this. That needs to go to multiple committees that will oversee this. So members, I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion to the A11 amendment? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I suspect I know how the vote is going to go, and so I would certainly encourage Chair Nelson to add this bill to the committee hearing tomorrow morning, because I am confident that Representative Cosnick would absolutely love to have this bill heard and have an honest conversation about it. You know, this is really important. We talk a lot about waste, fraud, and abuse around here. And we're often told that, you know, the agencies have their own internal audits, they take care of these things, we hear about these things. Well, no, they don't. You know, take HHS, for example. We've had reports within the last several years of extraordinary mismanagement at best, and certainly instances of extreme fraud, all of it. That agency does their own audits, and we've been told over and over and over again, we already do internal audits, we're good, you don't have to audit us. Well, as it turns out, their internal audits did not turn up a single one of those problems, not one. It's been the press doing a good job, and it's been whistleblowers doing the job. Representative Cosnick, I appreciate this. When there is evidence of fraud, we should investigate. This is a no-brainer. It's shocking to me that we would not put this in the bill. So thank you, and I certainly will be voting yes.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wasn't going to speak on this, but I just want to say that most of what Representative New Brindley just said about DHS is absolutely not accurate. DHS, in fact, has uncovered a lot of its own problems. I don't know what exactly she's referring to, but I think that is just an absolutely unfair and inaccurate characterization, and certainly doesn't even belong here in this discussion. So I just really wanted to push back on that, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to do that.
Further discussion to the A11 amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'll just clarify quickly. The Office of the Legislative Auditor did an expansive report on CCAP and did indeed find evidence of fraud. That was not uncovered by the department. And it was whistleblowers who brought to our attention the problems with how the chemical dependency billing was going with the tribes and with our counties. which our tribes and counties are now on the hook for millions and millions of dollars. Absolutely, the internal audits have missed these things. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vote yes.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Members, this is outrageous. This is a simple measure to have good governance and accountability and transparency. And my friends across the aisle are objecting to it? It's crazy. You know, House Democrats have made no effort to have government live within its means. We've got a bill that's over $1 billion in spending, increases of $39 million over the base, and even $5.5 million over what the governor has requested. Instead of choosing to have a right-sized government, Democrats are choosing to continue to go on autopilot on many of these programs instead of have some transparency and safeguards. $16.5 million in operating adjustments to fuel their autopilot programs and state overhead cost. You know, Minnesota families, businesses have had to adjust their own budgets in very, very painful ways. It's not hard to go into your district, go on your main street, go to downtown Lakeville, go to downtown wherever, sit at the coffee shop, and you'll hear stories of families telling you about their businesses being shuttered and how they've had to adjust their budgets. You'll hear of families that have had to struggle to make ends meet. Yesterday we heard about so many families that are having a hard time paying the rents and other housing issues. But in the meantime, you introduce a bill of over $1 billion, and you can't have a little bit of accountability and transparency. And all this amendment does, it says if you have an incidence of fraud or an allegation, you're going to turn it over to the Attorney General to do his job and investigate it. Why is that so hard? This gets me a little bit fired up because I get the emails, like I hope you do, that Minnesotans don't understand why government continues to grow and grow, take away more of our freedoms, financially and otherwise, take away more from the working families so that we can fund government, and we can't have an amendment that investigates fraud, waste, or abuse? Are you kidding me? This is insane. What kind of government are we running here? Chair Nelson, I hope you would reconsider your recommendation to vote against this. It's not that difficult. Read the amendment, members. It's only a couple lines of new language. Upon receipt of evidence suggesting a violation, the commissioner must promptly initiate an investigation or refer the matter to the Attorney General. Why is that controversial, members? We're going to have budget negotiations, unless you object and shut down the government. But we're going to be looking at a budget, a general fund spending somewhere between an awful $50 billion to maybe 50 or higher as proposed. And we can't have an amendment that says if you suspect something's wrong, that we investigate it? Shameful. Members, please vote yes. Vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A11 Koznick Amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Backer votes aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
David votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Franzen.
Franson votes yes.
Franzen, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hassan. Hassan. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Ariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
Donald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N. Aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Quam. Quam, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, no.
Stevenson, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Hassan. Hassan.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Haley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. My amendment is very simple. It does two things. It allows for a majority vote in the House of each legislative body to terminate a peacetime emergency that extends beyond 30 days. And secondly, if a peacetime emergency extends beyond 30 days, the rules and authority granted under that would expire after 7 days unless they are ratified by a majority vote of each House of the legislature. Now, I can't take credit for this language. This is actually Representative Sandsteed's language and is modeled after her House File 1515. It's very similar to language that I proposed, House File 371, that was discussed in our Legislative Reform Committee. I am appalled that we'll spend hours on this State Government Finance Committee. The bill stack is this big, hundreds and hundreds of pages. And yet we're not discussing the fundamental role of government here, and that we have separation of powers, and that the legislature is the body that crafts the laws, and the executive branch has the opportunity to veto or adopt them. We're not even discussing that. And we're going to be here till midnight, as Leader Winkler said this morning. I need to give you some background. We started session after umpteen special sessions, right, with this issue. We started session with a committee being assigned to work on this issue, Chair Pawlowski's committee, the Legislative Process Reform Committee. And I looked back at my notes, and in the first committee meeting, Chair Pawlowski said we would do three things. This committee was put into place so that the legislature would be engaged in this discussion about emergency powers in Chapter 12. And number two, that the committee would hear testimony so that the public would be able to weigh in, and we would be able to discuss various proposals around executive orders in Chapter 12. And third, that we would then, in reviewing those draft bills and draft proposals, we would pass bills out of that committee so that this body could then consider them. Well, what happened? 7 meetings. We heard from the department, we heard from Dan Huff quite frequently. We heard my bill on the 5th of February. We heard Representative Doubt's bill on the 12th of February. We heard Representative Sandsteed's proposals when they were in draft language on the 16th of February. We heard Representative Sandsteed's proposals again on the 19th of February, and we heard the proposals from Representative Baker. And then we heard the bill that is my amendment, House File 1515, on February 26th. It had bipartisan support in the committee. We said, this language is very well written. Let's take a vote. Well, the vote was 3 yeses and 6 noes. The majority party voted against their own bill. Your own bill that had bipartisan support in that committee could not get moved out of that committee. Because fundamentally, you don't want to reassert your authority and have the legislature be a co-equal branch of government as designed by our Constitution. It blows my mind that we are still here today and that hasn't been resolved. We've been here for 7 weeks, folks, and we have 4 weeks left. When are we going to discuss this issue? We are going to, as Representative Koznick said, we're going to pass a bill today that increases government spending by $40 million. But yet we're not capable, or we don't have the courage to address this other issue? I don't understand why. To date, 2 million Minnesotans have received at least 1 dose of a COVID-19 vaccine, and a total of 3.5 million doses have been administered. We have, I looked this up this morning, 3.6 million Minnesotans over age 18. So that means with 2 million people having received 1 dose, we have almost 60% of adults in Minnesota that have been vaccinated. Months ago, we set a goal, and the governor quoted this goal as well, that if we had 70% of 65-plus-year-olds vaccinated, we would reduce deaths and hospitalizations by 90%. And oh man, we're Minnesotans excited about that, right? Let's get vaccinations up and running as quickly as we can. We've done it, folks. Minnesota is on track to have 80% of adults vaccinated by May 22nd. That's what roughly 3 or 4 days after this session will end. Are we going to leave here and not address this issue? We have a mass vaccination site over at the state fairgrounds, and I read in the paper a quote from the FEMA director. His name is Kevin Sly, who's in charge of that site. This is a quote from him. "The battle against COVID has made us all weary, but there is hope. We will very soon be able to put this pandemic behind us." That's from the FEMA director that's running the vaccination site at the state fairgrounds. Folks, when do we address this issue?
Madam Speaker.
Per the calendar, there are no committee meetings scheduled for Representative Palski's committee. So I'm wondering if Leader Winkler would allow a question.
Representative Haley, he will yield. Representative Haley.
Representative Winkler, can you tell us what the plan is? We have 4 weeks left. Will we be able to consider Representative Sandsteed's bill or any other bill that you put forward, or we could just pass this amendment today and then that would be included in our Omnibus government policy finance bill? Can you tell this body what the plan is? We have 4 weeks left.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, Representative Haley, I imagine that the use of the governor's emergency authority past this legislative session will be at the heart of budget discussions and other negotiations related both to federal funds as well as the budget picture generally. And so I think in the next 4 weeks, we will decide between the House and Senate and the 4 caucuses and the governor how we revise this.
Whether or not we bring a bill to the floor as a standalone from the House at this point, I can't tell because I don't know. And I also would point out that I think that this amendment is likely out of order, and we are having an extended discussion on it. But to that point, we have other venues for this conversation we have had all session long.
Representative Haley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Winkler, venues for this discussion, I think I just reviewed the committee process, which has resulted in no progress. And that is why I brought the amendment forward today. I'm not trying to poke the bear. I am legitimately outraged that we aren't solving this issue. And your answer to me today tells me that we're willing to, or you are willing to abdicate it to 3 people in a room at the end of session, and that we will negotiate our power back for other things. That is outrageous. That's what we're willing to do. That's what I heard. We're going to horse trade to restore this legislative body as a legitimate, separate branch of government. I don't know how to respond to that. We will allow a unitary executive, an executive fiat, other phrases that have been used that I won't repeat here. When we were elected to serve and make decisions and make tough decisions, and we can do that on all other issues apparently. Transportation, we're going to bring up education on Monday, every other issue, but the constitutional role and authority of this very body. It doesn't, I think it should leave every person concerned, and it doesn't matter whether you like the governor or you don't like the governor, or he's of your party or not of your party. This is a fundamental, just constitutional debate that we aren't even willing or allowed to have. I never thought I would see this day. So members, I know we have a lot of amendments. I urge a yes vote on this. This is our job. And my language in the amendment, again, comes from a friend, colleague, and a partner. Representative Sandsteed had bipartisan support. I purposely am offering your language in hopes that we can take one step forward today. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Morrison. For what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, a point of order.
State your point of order.
The A38 is out of order under 3.2 on motions and propositions. It's not germane to the bill. Therefore, I ask that it be ruled out of order.
Advice to the Speaker. Representative Haley.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to appeal that. This is germane.
I haven't ruled yet. Advice.
I'm assuming that you're going to rule that way. This is a state government finance and policy bill that also has jurisdiction over local government. And this is the role of this body. I can't see any other part of that it would fit in. I know that wasn't said very well. You could have your ruling, we'll talk more.
Even though I have read the amendment and the bill, I will take some more advice that I don't really need from the minority leader. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just going to offer to the minority to speed things along. This obviously is probably the most important issue that we're going to debate here today. While I'll argue that this is certainly germane to this bill, if you take this and put this on the bill, we'll withdraw everything else.
A little bit of Jeopardy music. I really don't need any further advice. I've reviewed the amendment and the bill and received the advice of Representatives Morrison, Haley, and Dowd, and I find the amendment is not germane. Although it is creatively drafted, there is no Chapter 12 in the state government finance bill. Representative Haley.
Now I'd like to appeal your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Representative Haley would like to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call. And 14 of the 15 Republicans in the chamber have their hands up, and a charitable Democrat There will be a roll call. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the members who may want to speed things along more than the Speaker, my offer still stands.
Discussion on the appeal of the Speaker's ruling. The member from Scott, Representative Mortensen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As members probably realize, I have a similar amendment coming up eventually. And somebody had stated that there is no reference to Chapter 12 in this bill, but that's simply not the case. On line 150.26, it incorporates language around Chapter 12. Therefore, I believe this to be entirely germane.
The member from Wright, Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had my hand up before regarding the underlying amendment. And so since we've moved on, I was hoping to speak to that because I also served on the Legislative Reform Committee, but I see you're going to rule this out of order. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I really hope that you would reconsider and the body would reconsider. We could move things along a lot quicker. But my hand was up for something else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion on the issue, the matter before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will take the roll. Will those voting remotely please vote? Will the clerk please call those who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Thacker votes no.
Backer, no. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Davids.
Davids, no.
Davids, no. Davney. Davney. Franzen.
Franson, no.
Franzen, no. Frazier.
Frazier, aye.
Frazier, aye. Grossel.
Also no.
Grossel, no. Hassan. Hassan. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Johnson.
Johnson, no.
Johnson, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Kreshaw.
Kreshaw, no.
Kreshaw, no. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, nay.
McDonald, no. Miller.
Miller, no.
Miller, no. Nelson N.
Nelson N, aye.
Nelson N, aye.
No.
Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, aye. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Stevenson.
Stevenson, aye.
Stevenson, aye. Swazinski. Swazinski. Thompson. Thompson. Hassan.
Aye.
Hassan, aye. Swazinski. Swazinski.
Nelson N changes from no or aye to no.
Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye.
Please recall Nelson N.
Nelson N.
Nelson N changes from aye to no.
Nelson N changes from aye to nay.
The clerk will close the roll.
Madam Speaker,
Representative, state your name.
this is Representative Dabney. Dabney votes aye.
Dabney votes aye. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A75.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A75 is an amendment I would request a roll call on, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nash requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? There are 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's with not adopting Representative Haley's amendment, I guess we don't want to end the peacetime emergency, but perhaps you're like me and would like to know what was purchased during the peacetime emergency by the administration. And the A75 would require the administration to report to the legislature a complete accounting of the spending that was done to combat the pandemic. And you know, I've spoken to Chair Nelson about a different amendment that I've got requiring some reporting on things that have been purchased. I think this is wholly reasonable. I think this is something that is really kind of the job of the legislature. It is the job of the House where appropriations start. It's a smart thing to say, and I know how much you love reports, because I know I do, but we should get a report that says, here's what was spent, here's the full accounting, here are the different funds that it was taken out of, here whether it was federal or Minnesota or whatever. I think that this is a wholly reasonable request in the amendment, and appreciate your green vote.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr, for what purpose do you rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order.
State your point of order.
House Rule 4.03 prohibits amendments that would cause the bill to exceed the spending limits set by the House Budget Resolution. The A75 amendment would require a report to the legislature by the Department of Administration. That would take time and resources for staff to gather information on a wide array of state contracts, and the department has informed us that this would create a cost for them to do it correctly. The new cost is not paid for in the amendment, and it is so out of order.
Representative Herr raises a point of order under 4.03. Representative Nash.
Madam Speaker, advice?
State your advice.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's $0 appropriated here. Zero. If you want to pick it up, it's the A75. It's in the packet. $0 being spent. So Representative Herr's point of order should not be well taken. And I remember in Ways and Means, in one of the marathon meetings that we had just not long ago, I believe Representative Hassan brought an amendment into the committee that did spend more money, and it was tacked on just fine. No worries. We didn't talk about that being a problem. So perhaps this is a way for you to duck out from your responsibility of holding the governor from your party responsible. This is a way for you to say, oh, well, we don't want to talk about things that were purchased during the peacetime emergency, because only God knows what has been purchased. Now, some of those things may be justified. Some of those things may be things that indeed were worthwhile expenditures. But what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of to have the transparency offered by this amendment? So, Madam Speaker, my advice to you is to ignore the advice of your member. Take up the mantle of responsibility, take up the mantle of transparency, take up the mantle of being able to tell the people of the state of Minnesota that we are willing and able and interested to find out what this administration spent. Thank you.
Having received the advice of Representative Herr and Representative Nash, I find the point of order well taken. Representative
Speaker,
Nash.
Madam Speaker, I would appeal the ruling of the Speaker and would request a roll call.
Representative Nash appeals the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Advice to the body. The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I had my hand up before you did your ruling, but nonetheless, I will just add that, and members, with regard to any costs that would be incurred with regards to preparing this report, I would remind the body that the COVID federal funds allows for spending that is directly related to COVID, and producing a report about what was spent on COVID certainly would fall within that purview. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to read from the rules. It actually says if it would cause any limits specified in the resolution, in the budget resolution, to be exceeded. This amendment doesn't do that. It's not about cost. Like, first of all, what we heard is that the department let us know. Well, they didn't let all of us know. I have no idea what that means. They certainly did not contact the author of the amendment to let him know that it would increase costs. We have no idea what that actually means. And frankly, increased costs are not actually what this rule is about. It's about if it changes the budget resolution. And this amendment doesn't do that. This amendment absolutely does not do that. And we should vote against the ruling of the Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to take on what Representative Nash and Representative New Brindley both said regarding math, as somebody who has a minor in mathematics, I love math, but I knew this day would come. I braced myself for it. I remember several years back when the math was changed to Common Core math. And Common Core math would eventually permeate society, and that's exactly what we see on display today. The justification we heard was it increases, but as Representative Nash and New Brindley very much pointed out, zero. But zero must not mean zero in Common Core math. So members, we need to get back to the fundamental math and reality, and we need to understand that we should adopt this. So therefore, I encourage a red vote against the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you.
Discussion to appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Herr yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Herr, I believe that it was you that raised this point of order. If it wasn't, I apologize, and maybe you can direct me to the right person. But can you point out in this amendment, and I've got it open here, this A35 amendment, can you just point out in this amendment where it appropriates dollars differently?
Representative
Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, can you just tell me which page you're looking at? Because I am looking through this and I'm not able to see that, what you're looking at.
Well, it's Amendment H1952A75. It's about 6 or 8, maybe 8 from the back of that big book. I assume that you had the amendment in front of you when you raised the point of order.
I did, Representative Doubt. I did take a look at it, and what I just want to reiterate that it was, we were informed by the department that it would create costs, that their ability to have to pull information, pull resources together to have staff time, that's not free, and so there is a cost, and that all I can tell you is that's what we were informed.
Representative Doubt.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Herr. First of all, that's not how this works at all. we don't just take instruction from the department that this is going to cost us something. The rule isn't about whether it would cost the department something to do this. This amendment instructs the department to do it. It would only break the rule if it said, and we appropriate this many dollars to do it. So you know, we've talked many times on the House floor how we use these rules in the most creative ways, and I'll advise you that it is very, very dangerous to misuse the rules. If you want the rules to be different, you're in the majority, you control this place, you can change the rules. But you don't get to say that something is in the rule that isn't in the rule. This amendment does not change the appropriation. It does not change dollar amounts. It simply instructs the department to do something. And I can't remember the last time any department ever in this state ever said, oh, we'll do that for free. But we instruct them to do things all the time because that's our job. But they have staff that work there, and I guarantee they can do this because they're not going to hire extra staff to do it. They can just do it, and that's what this amendment instructs them to do. So we're not raising any costs here, despite what the department says, because that's what they will always say. Why? Because we appropriate their money, and they want more of it, always. I got a prize for anybody who can tell me any time a department has come to us and said, please give us less money. Okay? Guess that was safe. I could have made it a big prize because nobody would have gotten it. It doesn't happen. But that's also not what this rule is about, so do not misuse it. This rule is about changing the budget resolution. It's about changing appropriations. It's about taking money from one area and spending it or busting the budget resolution. The budget resolution says that we can spend so much money in this particular bill. This amendment does not spend one dime more, does not appropriate one dime more, and it does not spend one dime more. It simply instructs the department to do something with the resources they already have. I don't care what the department says about what it will cost, and nor should you, because our rules don't care what it's going to cost the department. This amendment doesn't appropriate 1 penny. It doesn't change the appropriation in this bill 1 penny, and do not pervert our rules because you don't want to vote on something. So this is your opportunity. Have a conscience. If you don't want this, then vote it down.
Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, lecturing tone aside, the argument advanced by Representative Dowd makes no sense. If we were to have a rule that says you can't spend more than the budget resolution, but we could evade that rule by saying, for example, the Department of Administration shall provide a new iWatch to every Minnesotan, and say that that didn't cost money because we didn't appropriate it, that would make the budget resolution absurd. You can argue that there shouldn't be a cost. That is different from saying that if there is a cost, it doesn't violate the budget resolution. The fact of the matter is, if there is a cost and we direct somebody to do it, it violates the budget resolution. That is what Rule 4.03 specifically is designed to do. We don't have to say we appropriate X in order to violate the budget resolution. If we are directing people to do things and it costs the state money, it is a violation of the rule.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And advice for the body. Most of the emergency spending, or a large portion of it, were federal dollars. Billions upon billions. With federal dollars comes a responsibility that we actually audit and look at and go over those dollars and how they were spent. So the activity is already funded through the federal, well, I should say required when we take federal funds, because I noticed a lot of the spending has been backfilling with federal dollars. That and the fact that we're wanting transparency and accountability, which are part of the basic functions. I don't see that this is already not being done and should be reported. And we've seen lots of $0 amendments, bills, etc. And this is a $0 one. So if the majority wishes to say, we don't care if it's $0, it's going to, anything costs money, then every single time that we have allowed an amendment that was $0 in committee and on the floor, we were wrong. Or maybe we can actually say we've been right and say this is right and go forward.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd offer advice to the members and to remind you as the Madam Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is your job to orchestrate a fair debate. And earlier today, I offered the A34 amendment on the electric charging stations to do something to make government a little bit more fair. This amendment isn't much different. By voting against this, you're saying that the funds that were used, federal funds that were used for COVID, that we don't have a spreadsheet and it's that difficult we don't have enough funds internally to be absorbed to report to the legislature and to the public for transparency and accountability how those funds were used. But earlier, Madam Speaker, it wasn't out of order when we're going to take a look at charging members an appropriate amount for a service here at the state capitol. It's not a lot different. Madam Speaker, if I don't know what the procedure would be for you to change your ruling, but members, it's in our power to be fair to each other, to be fair in debate, to be consistent so that we can have good governance. The previously adopted amendment wasn't a lot different. It's insane to think that our state government can't issue the legislature a simple report of accountability of how they have issued contracts with the federal funds that we've received. It's amazing that if we think we can't do that without exerting a lot of new money. So Madam Speaker and members, I would suggest a vote appealing the ruling of the chair.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yes, Madam Speaker, Vice. It is right and just for this body to give agencies direction. We had a member said that there would be additional costs. The agency already has staff members in place that has responsibility to report and to get information to us. We do it all the time as members. We have a constituent that has a problem. We call up we call up an agency and ask for input or direction or guidance and so forth. So to say that this is an additional cost, taxpayers have have individuals of that department already hired. They already have this type of responsibility. There is no additional cost. And to say something, Madam Speaker, is just absurd, even if you go down that path. They're there to provide service to the taxpayers and to provide service to this body. This is a direction of what information to get. It's that simple. And I would also ask not to support the Speaker's ruling. Thank you.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I may have found, there's 3 instances of numbers in my amendment. The words 30 days, COVID-19, there is not a single dollar that's mentioned in this. So Representative Herr has mentioned that there was some kind of communication received. I was wondering if Chair Nelson would yield to a question.
Chair Nelson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
He will. Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Nelson, I appreciate the work that we've been able to do together on this bill and in committee, and I really do believe that there is a collegial relationship. But you have been good to share these types of things with me as we get them in from various departments, agencies, and constitutional officers. I wonder, did you come into possession of this document indicating to you that there was going to be an increase in spending relative to the A75?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Nash. I believe I did, but I've been receiving so many emails over the last week that find it. I'm not sure where it is or whether it still is in my inbox. This whole discussion reminds me, Madam Speaker, of back when I was a young apprentice and I was working on a job site and I was working with journeyman carpenters. The son of the owner actually came into the job site and asked the superintendent on the job site, can you get XYZ, this much work done by the end of the week? And this was on a Monday he came in. Well, Tuesday morning we showed up and there were 5 journeyman carpenters there that on Monday. Tuesday morning when I showed up, there was only the superintendent on the job who was the journeyman carpenter and myself. And at the end of the week, the owner's son came and went ranting and raving why he didn't get the work done he said he was going to get done. Well, he took his people away from him. And it's a similar situation here. You could keep dumping work on the department. It's going to take more cost. It's going to take more time to do that, which means other work that they're already doing and probably fully staffed at doing isn't going to get done. So yes, there is a cost to this. And so moving forward, we've had this argument on both sides of the aisle that there's something that adds a reporter adds cost to it. And so, Madam Speaker, members, we should uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and perhaps Representative Herr would yield to a question to let me know who she got this document from, apparently since she came into possession of it. To my DFL colleagues, over here on this side of the aisle, when we get these sorts of messages in, it typically comes to the bill author or the committee lead or whatever. So I'm just trying to figure out the origin of this mysterious document and who perhaps sent it. So, Madam Chair, I believe she did agree to do so. My question to Representative Herr is, from whom in the administration did you get this email so that we can perhaps query that and come into possession of it ourselves?
Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Nash. So I do have information regarding this email, and that it would require 20 to 30 hours of work involved with a number of staff people and also swift resources management. So there is information on this. And I just want to address really quick that I spent over an hour, an entire tax committee being lectured by my Republican colleagues because I was asking questions and trying to be thoughtful about how I was executing and presenting my bill, and I was yelled at for lecturing them. And I sat here and listened to Representative Doubt lecture me about misuse of this. And I just want to be very clear that in 4.03 in item H, it says that after the adoption of a resolution by the Committee on Ways and Means, an amendment to a bill is out of order if it would cause any limit specified in the resolution to be exceeded. And if you refer to then item 6, it says other information reasonably related to expenditures and revenues amount, and that the Speaker gets to decide on that. And I would say that because that is so broad, that this is an other related expenditure that should be considered, and that I would ask for you to uphold the Speaker's ruling on this.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And here's what I'll say to that, Representative Herr. In Ways and Means, and I forget the date because after this week in Ways and Means, they're literally all about the same. But we had Representative Hassan draft an amendment to compensate the members of members on the Racial Equity Commission, clearly adding cost, Madam Speaker, to that effort. Ways and Means Chair completely said, oh, yeah, sure, why not? Let's just put it in. None of the members of the DFL objected to that in committee at all. There was no conversation about that at all. And if it's okay for you to do in committee, when there's clearly no cost attached to this, there's no appropriation in this amendment in the A75, I am dumbfounded as to why you would rule this out of order. So I can only come to the conclusion of this, Madam Speaker. The administration has no idea what all they purchased. Just out buying stuff like you were at maybe a swap meet, you got a stack full of cash, and you're like, we'll take that and take that. Or maybe it's like in the movie Caddyshack, when Al Chervik, played by Rodney Dangerfield, said, I'll take 2 of those and 3 of those and 6 of these and buy this guy a new hat. Maybe that's what's going on. And you have been asked to be complicit in the cover-up of the expenditure of state funds. I am blown away. Maybe, again, they must not know what they bought. And this makes them nervous. Now, earlier, you said that regarding the creation of reports when we asked to have the reports sent to the legislature, you said, data is so easy for people to have access to. It's all right there. That's what you said. So how can this be that onerous if the data is at your fingertips? I mean, come on. You are part of the cover-up, perhaps? Madam Speaker, my advice is, members, overrule the ruling of the Speaker. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Representative New Brindley, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Herr yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Herr. And I really do appreciate the discussion here. And I'm just wondering, we still didn't have a clear answer. We just want to make sure that we all have access to the right information. Can you let us know, please, who we received that email from? Or just, and in fact, better yet, Representative Herr, can you share that email with the body?
Representative Herr.
Madam Speaker, Representative New Brindley. So I don't sit on the committee. I did gather the information around the email that was sent. I did obtain the content of that. What I would like to do is defer this to Chair Nelson and his committee. As the information came to them directly, I do not feel like I am in the position to share an email that did not come to me directly from the department. I am a messenger of the information, and that I will defer to Chair Nelson and his committee on providing information to all of you.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Chair Nelson yield to a question?
Representative Nelson, will you yield to a question?
Yes.
He will. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. This is odd. I don't know why we can't get the answer to this question. I am on the committee. Certainly, Representative Nash is the lead on the committee. We have not seen this email. Chair Nelson, can you just tell us who the email came from? And can you forward that email on to make sure that, that we have that information as well?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative. I will look for it and I will forward it on. Again, the last couple of days, especially with the amendments and the large number of amendments to put forward on this, I received a lot of emails regarding them from the departments, from many people, and I'll have to look through my emails to find it. But I don't, off the top of my head, I don't have that answer right now, but I will attempt to find it and send it.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess my advice would be that Representative Herr might forward that email to Chair Nelson so that he can distribute it to the committee. I don't know why it's so hard to find this email. And like I said, those of us who are on the committee haven't seen this. So I suppose we can keep talking and give the majority time to find the email. So I guess we'll continue to do so. I guess I would just point out for now that even if this does increase the cost, that's actually not what we're even arguing. We're not arguing that there is an increased cost to the department. What we are saying is that it's irrelevant. It's literally irrelevant if there is an increased cost to the department. We instruct the department to do things all the time. That's part of our job. And it is up to them to use the funds that they have been appropriated to do what we tell them to do. It's just not that complicated. And I would also point out that we had an amendment earlier today from Representative Kosnick, and he referenced that. And Chair Nelson himself told us that Representative Kosnick's bill would cost more money than it would generate. So it would cost money to the department, and yet that bill was not found to be, that amendment was not found to be out of order. So, and it was a good amendment. So I don't know why we're fighting so hard to not take a vote on this amendment. It's really strange that we're even having this conversation. Frankly, it doesn't make sense. Contracts just to make sure everybody understands, contracts are awarded through a request for proposal process. This is standard. As it turns out, we have rules about how things are done in government, and we do that for transparency, so the public can know what is happening. And during peacetime emergency, the governor has the ability to not follow that traditional RFP process. But in so doing, the public and we as legislators lose access to a lot of information. And all this bill does, all this amendment does, is say, hey, we as legislators should see that. We should see how these contracts, how these vendor contracts came about, and what were the costs for the contracts. Why in the world are we fighting this? This is bizarre. Just take a vote, and it's a really easy vote. The vote is yes on the amendment. And instead, we're going to fight this over rules that do not apply to this amendment. Members, this is bonkers. I hope that you will vote with me and vote no to not uphold the ruling of the Speaker on this. This is very strange. This is very strange.
Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too feel like this is bonkers as well, that we referred to the rules and were told the rules didn't apply, but then referenced and then was told to look at the rules and are using the rules, and that we've had references to Representative Hassan and Koznick's bill, and yet it is very clear in here that whether an amendment is out of order under this rule, the question to be decided on the floor by the Speaker or other presiding officer and in committee or division by the person chairing the committee, which gives them the leeway with the information they have. It does not say that unless the minority party gets an email from somebody that they have to have all of the exact information we do in order to rule on this. And so I would just say that whether there's an email or not, I have information on it. Rules don't tell me that I have to share an email with somebody, and it is a moot point because the rule does apply, that there is discretion. And again, very clearly in item number 6, under that same rule, it says other information reasonably related to expenditure and revenue amounts, which this falls under that. So I would ask for the body to uphold the Speaker's ruling.
Representative Daudt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Herr. So just to review where we're at, because it seems to be a little confusing, Representative Nash offered an amendment, the A75 amendment. During the debate on that amendment, Representative Herr rised to a point of order claiming that this amendment was out of order under Rule 4.03, paragraph H, that this amendment has some cost involved within it, that would throw the budget resolution that was adopted by this House out of balance. The Speaker then ruled on that she agreed with that point of order. That point of order was well taken. That point of order now has been appealed to the body. So the question is before you to decide if the Speaker made the right determination or not. That's where we're at, just so everybody's on the same page, okay? I have all the pertinent documents in front of me, and I'm going to spend a little time reviewing them for you, okay? I also have the budget resolution in front of me. And I assume that what you mean when you rise to a point of order saying that this throws our budget resolution out of balance is that under line 2.7, where's the first page of my budget resolution? I only have the second page in front of me, apparently. It's item number 16. I wish I had the first page, but I don't right now. I apologize. That budget resolution that we adopted in this House chamber appropriates allows an appropriation in this bill of $994,663,000 for a state government finance bill. That's what we're debating right now. So $994,663,000. And we had a point of order raised. I'm gonna talk a little about the actual amendment because this is what's in question. So this amendment says, amending the bill for emergency contracts, legislative reports required. So all this is doing is suggesting or saying that the department, when they sign a contract or execute a contract under these emergency powers, that they send a report to the legislature. We're not instructing them to change those contracts or not enter into them or enter into them. We're simply saying that the legislature wants a report. I'm going to read it. It's really short. Within 30 days after executing a contract pursuant to authority granted by law to manage a declared peacetime emergency, which we are under right now, the Commissioner of Administration must submit a report to the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the chairs and ranking minority members of the committees of the legislature with jurisdiction over state government finance, listing the subject and general purpose of the contract, the name of each vendor or party, and the total contract value. So this amendment simply asks, when you execute a contract under these emergency powers, would you please tell us the general purpose of the contract, the name of each vendor or party, and the contract value. They're doing this. They're entering into contracts. They're doing it with vendors for a certain value. And you're trying to tell me that when you're entering into these contracts, you can't simply send a letter to the legislature letting us know that you've done this and how much it's for? And that somehow simply telling the legislature these three minor things about each one of those contracts, that this department couldn't cover that in appropriation of $994,663,000? They can't tell us when they've spent money and cover that with $994 million? Are we serious? And then we stand here on the House floor and we ask, hey, what did the department tell you? Because they didn't give us that information. What are they telling you this would cost? Representative Herr, if you'd yield for a question.
Representative Herr, will you yield? No, she will not yield.
Representative Herr will not yield for a question. Representative Herr on this floor read an email and referenced an email from the department saying that it was going to take 20 or 30 hours of work to complete this report to the legislature, which, by the way, we should be getting anyway. We shouldn't have to ask for this. But unfortunately, under this administration, we do. I lost it there. So we said, hey, will you share that information with us? She read it on her computer. She read the email. She said, I looked at it, I have more information. It's 20 or 30 hours, that's what it's going to take. We asked the chair of the committee, he'll look for the email. Would Chair Nelson yield for a question?
Chair Nelson, will you yield for a question?
I guess.
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Nelson, have you found the email?
Representative Nelson.
No, I have not, and I've been looking.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you. Could Representative Carlson yield for a question?
Representative Carlson. He will not. Representative Dowd.
So we know that an email exists that someone from the department, by the way, they're funded with taxpayer dollars, and they're using a taxpayer-funded computer to send this email to the legislature that says this is how much it's going to cost to conduct this work in this amendment. We can't even get the name of the person who sent the email, because after today, if you give us that name, we can do a data privacy request and they have to provide it to us. When they provide them, most of the time this administration doesn't respond to legally required requests for information. Are they hiding something? Representative Winkler, will you yield for a question?
Representative Winkler, he will yield. Representative Dowd.
Are they hiding something? And if they aren't hiding anything, why are you trying to cover for them?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dowd, you are out of order. You are engaging in personalities.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
I will remind members not to engage in personalities. Representative Dowd, state your point of order.
You just took care of my point of order. Thank you.
Are you still asking me a question, Representative Dowd?
I am asking you to yield, and you have the floor now.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dowd, it would be out of order for me to engage in motives and personalities in debate, so answering your question on this issue would not be in order under the House rules.
Representative Dowd.
The reality is, folks, this administration does not provide us with the information that we ask for. And I read you this amendment because it's so damn simple. They should be providing this report to us without us having to ask. And I don't know why we're going on, what, an hour of debate now? No, it's not my choice, Representative Winkler. It is not my choice. Representative Herr and the Speaker of the House decided that this should be out of order based on some imaginary busting of the budget resolution, which it does not do. And the custom of the usage of this body is that these amendments never bust a budget resolution. But it makes us really wonder why you don't want to vote on it. This seems just as simple as you could imagine. Reminds me of a situation a few weeks ago, actually probably a couple months ago now. I know it was before March 7th, because that's when the governor said schools were going to be open 100%. But I was on a call with the 4 legislative leaders and the governor, and we were getting a little briefing from the Deputy Commissioner of Education. And it was about kids being in school, and I think we're all passionate about kids being in school. But I asked on that phone call, or Zoom call, I said, what I really want to know is I want to know what percentage of kids are in school 1 day a week, what percentage are in 2 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 5 days a week. And literally the governor said, yeah, absolutely, that sounds perfectly reasonable. The deputy commissioner said, we have that information, we already have it, I just have to compile it for you. The governor on that Zoom call instructed them to do it. I said, when do you think we can have it? They said, by the beginning of next week. The governor said, great, do it for them. Let's provide them that information. I think the legislature should have access to that. Great. The beginning of the next week came and went. The end of the next week came and went. The beginning of the next week came and went. I queried it again, said, hey, I'm still waiting on that information. I'd like to know how many, kids are in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. And I wanted it broken down by grade, but that's easy enough to do. I just wanted to know, where are we at? How do we track our progress? And so I finally did, after about 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks, I got information from the department that was not what I was looking for. And I asked them again, I need this, broken down this way. Okay, we'll work on it. Another week or two went by, I asked again, nope, we can't provide you with that. Well, wait a second. When I asked for it in a live Zoom call, you told me you had the data, you just needed to compile it and send it to me. The governor of this state, whom you work for, on that Zoom call instructed you to do it and give it to me. Folks, I still haven't seen it. I'm a legislator. I represent constituents who care about this stuff. And you know what? because this body gets to make a decision on whether we end the emergency powers, we have every right to know every contract, the dollar amount, and the vendor of everything this governor enters into under these emergency powers. Does someone over there believe that we don't or aren't entitled to that information? I can't believe we're having this conversation. We're not instructing them to do anything or not enter into contracts. We're simply saying, just tell us when you do, who it's with, what it was for, and how much was the contract for. But nobody's playing three-card Monte here. Nobody's playing hide the ball. Nope, nothing to see here, including the email where they've told us how much it's going to cost. I'm handed a note here that says apparently this email has magically appeared now. So Representative Nash, would you yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Nash, have you viewed this email? Did it come to you all of a sudden? And can you tell us what the email says?
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Dowd, for the question. Yes, I just got the email from Chair Nelson, and I am grateful for that. It will blow your socks off. If you've ever had sticker price when you've seen the cost of something, hold on, buckle up, here we go. From admin, it says, we think it would cost around $3,000 to do this report. These emergency contracts are somewhat scattered, so there would need to be some careful work to try to identify and compile them. We estimate it will take 20 to 30 hours of work involving a number of people, including swift resources and management. $3,000, Representative Dowd, perhaps we could pass the hat if necessary so we don't violate some magic number. I would be willing to chip in some money, but $3,000 is causing the people of Minnesota to no longer be able to see what's going on here.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nash. And I did have staff hand me the email, and I appreciate whoever it was on the other side that forwarded it to us. I think it might be the chair. I do appreciate that. I just, please understand, guys, this isn't, we get mad when it looks like something's being withheld from us that seems so basic. I'm not trying to poke a stick in your eye. But when you try to rule something out of order like this, that is like, come on, you really think the legislature shouldn't get to know what a contract it was issued for, who it got issued to, and how much the dollar amount was? I mean, this is basic oversight. I gotta ask you what we're doing here. I know it's a little weird because of COVID that we're in these emergency powers and the legislature isn't as active in the response to COVID as I know you know that I would like to be. And I just, so I thank you very much for sending the email. I just wish that could have happened a little quicker and we wouldn't try to play three-card Monte with stuff. But a very sincere thank you, because it just like, why are we here then? I mean, if we can't have and function in that basic oversight role that we play, what are we here for? This isn't gotcha stuff. This isn't like, I think you have a tough time explaining to the public that the legislature isn't entitled to the information that's requested in this amendment, this amendment. I mean, we're asking for just really basic stuff. By the way, and I apologize, staff was talking to me when you were talking, Representative Nash, so I didn't hear the whole thing. The email, and I've got it in my hand, cost of $3,000. So we're talking about a 900 and approximately, I'm gonna round up by, 37 million, $995 million. And we're ruling this out of order because somebody would have to prepare a report, and they think, and by the way, we all know that when we reach out to one of the departments and we say, hey, how much would it cost you to do this? They're gonna give us you're getting the whole thing. I mean, you're getting the leather seats, you're getting the automatic power windows. I mean, you're getting the whole thing. I mean, this is the Cadillac emblem on their fiscal note, right? Because they are not underbidding anything. $3,000 is what they think this would cost. The reality is it doesn't cost anything. But the most disturbing thing that's revealed in this email is that DFL leadership reached out to the department and asked. They were fishing for the dollar amount. Does this have a cost? I can't question your motives. That would be wrong in this chamber. But I do have the evidence that you actually reached out to them and asked. They didn't reach out to you with concerns. And I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you, I not only would be shocked if they had a problem with this amendment. I know you know I'm shocked you have a problem with it. It's wrong for them. It's wrong for them to be opposed to this. I'm just going to read this for a second. It literally says, I'm double checking on costs. We would prefer not to do another report, but would not strongly oppose. I get it, they're busy. I'm sure they don't want to do this, but they would not strongly oppose this amendment. And look at how much time it's taken on the House floor for basic stuff. Guys, but I want you to understand how it feels from our perspective. Nobody likes being in the minority. Some of you over there have been in the minority. Some of us have been in the majority. Nobody likes being in the minority. Those of you who have not, if you're here long enough, you're going to be in the minority. It's the way this place works. But the reality is everybody in this chamber that serves here raised their hand and took an oath to do their job. And we're not trying to impress upon you our will or change. We're just asking for information. This is the most basic thing I could imagine. We're literally just asking for information about what contracts have been executed, for what purpose, with what vendor, and at what cost. And now we have information that the department does not strongly oppose this. They'll provide it. They'll absolutely provide it, and they should. They should do it without us even asking. Our role as legislators, and we are a co-equal branch of government. I don't know if Governor Walz totally, he didn't serve in the legislature here. He did in Washington, D.C. I will say that I always respected Governor Dayton in the way that he did believe that the legislature was a co-equal branch of government. I have not, and I'll be honest with you, I've not felt that way with this governor. But Governor Dayton did appreciate the legislature and did appreciate the role that we play. But any governor who is a good leader should want to provide the legislature with this information. Cost of $3,000, and by the way, to the core of this appeal the ruling of the Speaker on this objection, this doesn't have anything to do with the budget resolution. This simply instructs the department to give us a report when they do something. It doesn't have anything to do with the budget resolution. In fact, the budget resolution, it doesn't even go that many digits to put $3,000 extra into it. It's just foolish. It literally is foolish. And Representative Herr, I want to apologize to you because I don't want you feeling like if I was lecturing you or came across with that tone, I'm sorry. What we're expressing is frustration because we just want this basic information. And ruling this one out of order just is, It comes across as disrespectful. It's not a partisan thing. It literally is just, we want some information from the governor. And to have the majority party in this body tell us, no, you can't have that. It's one thing for the governor to say you can't have that. But when the majority party in this body says, no, you're in the minority, you're not entitled to that, it comes across as disrespectful. But I most of all, I didn't want to disrespect you, and if I did, I very sincerely apologize, and I hope you can accept my apology. Sometimes we get a little heated and passionate here, but, and you know, you never know which little issue is going to be the burr under the saddle that makes you say, really, guys, this isn't one we could have taken? This isn't an appropriation. This isn't instructing the governor or anybody else, you know. This is just tell us what you've done. Just provide us with more information. And I think that one hurts more than any other, that somebody would say to us, no, you don't have the right to ask even for more information in the minority. I want to appeal to everybody on the other side of the aisle. We can do better than that. We've actually had a good relationship. I've committed myself to really trying to be more productive this session, and because there's a lot of good work that we need to do here. And we're going to have our ideological differences, there's no question. But when you do stuff like this, this sort of little stuff, it hurts. To say you can't have this information, just, you know, when, by the way, I gotta believe somebody can nod at me. These contracts are public information, right? I mean, this is tax dollars. And we can't have a report to the legislature of what's already public information. That's just, when I said to you, I'm not trying to poke a stick in your eye because I know how that feels. The reason I say I know how that feels is because this is a stick in the eye. This feels like a stick in the eye for no reason. So I'd ask you to reconsider. This is an opportunity. I'm sure the speaker wouldn't take offense, but vote no. Let's overrule the speaker. Let's adopt this amendment and move on. This is a nothing burger. I can't believe we're still talking about it.
The member from Fillmore, Representative Davids.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a couple thoughts here. Representative Hurst said that there was yelling in tax committee. I think that's quite insulting to Chair Marquardt because he's a very good chairman and he would not allow that. So I'm not sure what that was all about. And as far as Representative Dowd or anyone lecturing anybody, that House chambers was built so that we could talk to each other. I was just having a thought that if I was on a deserted island with no one else on that island and I said, what's for supper, would that be lecturing? I'm really beginning to wonder. We debate, we talk, and my good friend Chair Marquardt did not allow yelling in tax committee. That did not happen, and it's unfortunate that something like that would be said on the House floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is, from a government transparency perspective, this is really super frustrating. I was just reviewing some of the language in Chapter 13, and each agency has to have a responsible authority, a person that has to keep data in an organized way so that if there is a data request, it's easily accessible. It doesn't take tons of man hours to go retrieve that information and fulfill that data request. So all that would be involved here in a data request, and quite frankly, a data request is probably going to cost the same amount to the agency as you know, this amendment would. But so a data request, you know, for this information would require, let's say this is a stack of the contracts that we're talking about. It requires the person walking over to the copy machine, making copies of the contracts or looking them up online and compiling a report. We have a contract with this amount of money from this entity, and it's for this. I don't think that would take 20 to 30 man hours, but I don't work for the Department of Admin, and maybe there's a lot of contracts out there that we just haven't been made aware of. But I find it very, very frustrating that there are members of this body that don't care about government transparency when it comes to these contracts. And they're going to let a measly, let's put things in perspective with the overall budget of this committee and the overall budget of the state of Minnesota. Really, $3,000? You're going to rule something out of order for $3,000? Heck, I think the threshold for fiscal notes is it doesn't count unless it's $2,000. So we're $1,000 over that. And half of this body, over half of this body, the majority party, doesn't want to make that information accessible to the legislature or to the people of the state of Minnesota that are paying for the contracts. This is ludicrous. This is unbecoming of this body. It's not hard. It's not hard. And to learn that someone in the majority party reached out to the agency to ask about the cost of it, it seems like, well, we'll just let that lie. Members, vote no on this. This is so simple. It's so simple. Because you know what? I'm going to guess and go out on a limb here that because of the ruling on this particular amendment, I'm going to guess that there's going to be a good share of people in this room today and watching online or our members that are going to go ahead and do the data request of the agency. Then they're going to get to refill that data request. Well, hopefully they will, because I have talked to Senator Benson and others who have, watched, this whole COVID experience that we've all been through. And she's asked for contracts. She's asked for data of the Department of Health, of the Department of Human Services, all these different departments. She has asked for this information months ago and has not received copies of anything yet. So this is so simple that a high school kid could put the information together. And I know it wouldn't cost them we wouldn't have to pay them $3,000 to do it. But members, this is ridiculous. I know now that it's, you're obviously gonna prevail. We're
59 times 3,000.
Yeah, that's true. If we have, every member of the minority asking for the same information, of course, once they produce it once, all they have to do is send via email. That could be not nearly $3,000. But members, this is ridiculous. Please do not uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
The member from Chicago, Representative New Brindley.
Somewhere new every time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, 3 words: transparency, accountability, responsibility. Part of the problem with this, and the reason that we are fighting so hard to appeal the ruling of the Speaker, is that this is about transparency. There was a whole lot of money that came into the state of Minnesota. And we have no idea how that money was spent. We right now could be fighting to see these contracts that amount to $10. We don't know. But we also could be fighting right now to see contracts worth $1 billion. And we don't know because we can't get a report from admin. This is so silly. And I want to point out, and I'm so glad that the email came, and Representative Herr, I really want to thank you for that. I know this was stressful. Chair Nelson, I want to thank you for finding that and taking the time and making sure that that came to all of us. But $3,000, and we're saying that this is busting the budget resolution? $3,000. Do you know that the Department of Admin, their budget, what we are appropriating for them over the next 2 years is $54 million. $54 million. And we are saying that, oh my goodness, $3,000 is busting the budget. They'll never be able to absorb that. Like, come on, you know how silly this is, right? Like, anyone who votes to uphold the speaker, the ruling of the speaker on this, you better know that that looks silly. To say that $3,000 is busting this budget resolution. And this isn't even just the budget resolution, right? That's almost $1 billion. Just for the budget, just for admin's budget of $54 million, this $3,000 amounts to 0.06% of their budget. Like, come on, guys, this is just dumb. This is so, I can't even believe that we are arguing about this. And we're bringing this motion, we brought this point of order so that we wouldn't have to take a vote on transparency. On transparency. Like, we don't want this information from our government. We don't want our government, to have to tell us how and where the money is being spent. Because $3,000 is way too much to spend for a little transparency, a little accountability from our government. You know, Minnesotans are frustrated. I hear from my constituents every day, particularly right now. I'm hearing from my small business owners constantly right now about the PPP relief. Because they're scared to death that the Democrats in this chamber are not going to get it done. Minnesotans are hurting. Minnesotans have spent the last year laid off from their jobs, fighting to hold on to their businesses, and we are telling them that they cannot expect a little transparency from their government. Their government can spend as much money as they want, however they want, and we don't deserve to know. My constituents don't deserve to know. That's what you are saying. My constituents don't deserve to know how their money is being spent in this state. Over $3,000. Over 0.01% of the Department of Admin's budget. And the Democrats are dying on this hill. They are dying on the hill to prevent transparency, to prevent accountability, to prevent my constituents from knowing how the government is spending their money. I cannot believe we are even having this conversation. You know, I mean, let's be honest. We understand that the Democrats are not taking our amendments. They won't even vote on this. Although, frankly, as far as amendments go, I mean, we saw in the email that the department isn't even really all that opposed to it. They'd rather not do another report. Well, of course, nobody wants to do another report. Nobody's going to say, ooh, yes, sign me up. I want to do more. I want another job. I want to do some more work. Of course they don't want to do another report. But they're also not really that opposed to it. They'll do it. But the Democrats are dying on this hill. That is the theme of this entire bill. The theme of this state government bill is to decrease transparency, accountability, and responsibility. We have one amendment for which the Department of Admin could certainly absorb a $3,000 cost. That would go a long way toward providing those things. But we're dying on the hill. Members, please vote no. Do not uphold the ruling of the Speaker. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, please think about how silly it will look for you to vote yes to uphold the ruling of the Speaker on this. It looks foolish.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and turn my video on here. I actually raised my hand at the time that Chair Nelson was unable to find an email. I was going to provide some technical assistance in real time here to help him find an email in 9 seconds or less. It's very simple because Outlook has a phenomenal search function as long as you know how to use it. And in fact, our laptops here provided by the House have the ability through Microsoft Teams to actually share a screen. So I could have done a screen share with Chair Nelson in real time. We could have all seen the email. But since then, that has been resolved. So at this point, as we have heard, a mere $3,000, you know, that is 1/3 the cost of a couch from the Board of Cosmetology. We could simply sell the $10,000 couch on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace or something like that and easily get $3,000 so that Minnesotans could have the confidence in the transparency of their Minnesota state government. So members, there are ways to solve finding $3,000. I mean, $3,000 could probably be found in the couch cushions of the Board of Cosmetology, let alone the couch itself. So members, please vote red on this motion. Thank you.
The member from Ottertail, Representative Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also find this email that we've received to be very helpful and very telling because it effectively tells us that there will be no cost to adopting this amendment. What do I mean by that? It says that there will be 20 to 30 hours of time expended to implement this amendment. Members, that is 1/2 of one work week. I would hope that state government would not go out and hire another person to fulfill this requirement. And unless they go and hire another person, not another dime will be expended by the government. And even, Mr. Speaker and members, even if it was more than 20 or 30 hours, even if it was a significant amount of time, I would hope that the department, like many businesses and families here in Minnesota over the last year, would look at how to reprioritize, would look for efficiencies, maybe stay a little bit longer to get the work done. And I think this whole discussion is just endemic of how state government thinks about budgeting and cost. And it shows, I think, members, in this state government bill that this minor addition of hours would add an additional cost to state government. And so members, I would encourage you to vote no. This is a dangerous standard to set for us as a body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the privilege of serving on Ways and Means for a number of my terms in the legislature. And while Representative Herr is right in her citing of Rule 4.03, paragraph H, I think that's also important to understand that the Ways and Means Chair can also identify adjustments to each finance bill. And we've heard comments, I believe Representative Scott and others have cited those. And so for that purpose, Mr. Speaker, I would ask if Chair Moran would yield to a question.
Representative Moran is excused. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Olson L yield for a question?
Representative Olson L, will you yield? She will yield. Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, under Rule 4.03, paragraph C, point number 1, the Ways and Means Chair may set limits for changes in net expenditures to any finance bill. Could you remind the body what that net change or adjustment is and has been determined by the Chair of Ways and Means? In the morning tomorrow.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish Chair Moran was here to give you more specifics or staff with that. But I will say that we've already passed the budget resolution, and any spending that had to be adjusted, any of the bills that have been mentioned in this discussion were amended in the last time we took up the budget resolution.
Representative Albright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Olson, it's been my experience in the past under chairs of Ways and Means when we've been in the majority that adjustment, even on the House floor for purposes of such an amendment as we're debating right now, probably go between $3,000 and $5,000. You know, when you're talking about an amendment to a bill of such largesse, that you're talking about literally 6/100,000ths of an adjustment. And I might add, I think you protest too much about this, members on the other side of the aisle. You know, at worst, all this department is going to have to do is simply provide the report that they're already going to be providing to Washington for the purposes of responding to the contracts that legitimately have been utilized using COVID and other federal relief dollars. To suggest that it's going to take 20 or 30 hours to compile those reports, although that might be reasonable, printing them off, or at the very worst, standing at a copier and making copies to provide to the ranking members of the various pertinent committees seems normative in the course of legislative events. I'm reminded that, you know, this is really get the shovels out. Either you're piling on to budgets that are already, you know, exorbitant and without fiscal restraint, or you're covering up. I think you've gotten too used to legislating by executive fiat. And with this ruling, I think if there's anything consistent about today and the debate on this bill, as well as others, it's just is your inconsistency. The rulings regarding the debate that the minority has requested, the transparency, the accountability. I wonder at one point, the constituencies that you serve are going to say, why are you so afraid of providing the report? That candidly, at tax time, every one of us has to declare and disclose to the federal government as well in a different way. Why are you so afraid to declare what has been done under this regime of tyranny from one individual? You know, we've got $16.5 million in operating adjustments, you know, that basically fuels increased growth of the state budget overhead. And yet you are objecting to a report that will allow us to understand where innumerable amounts of money have been spent. And you object to $3,000. Members, as has been said before, you are objecting to something that is without sense or reason. I would urge everyone to vote red on the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want us to return to the question before us and how this issue should be considered. The question is whether the ruling of the Speaker should be upheld. The Speaker ruled that the amendment was out of order because adopting the amendment would put the bill out of compliance with the budget resolution. The budget resolution sets a cap on total expenditures. For example, if this bill or a similar bill had been introduced and we had a fiscal note and the fiscal note said any dollar amount, The amendment would be out of order because you were increasing it above the total cap. Anywhere above 0 is violating the budget resolution. $3,000 might be a lot, it might be a little. The report might be a great idea, it might be a terrible idea. You might be able to get it through a data practices request, it might be available on a website right now. But if you ask the administration to do something, and we might even think their idea that it costs money is ridiculous, and we can have that discussion when we have a fiscal note on bills and when we have that discussion, but when you introduce an amendment and the agency said it costs money, it is above the budget resolution. It's as simple as that. 3,000 is more than 0. That is why the amendment is out of order and why the Speaker's ruling was correct. I don't think this information should be withheld. It should be provided to the legislature. It should be provided to the public, and I'm sure it will be, and is, in fact. So, members, if you ask for a customer report, if the customer report costs some money, you should have to account for it within the bill. It would be easy to draft the amendment to pay for it through some source within the bill, but you didn't. It's not drafted correctly. It's out of order. I ask for you to vote green to support the ruling of the Speaker.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's more than 20 or 30 of us here. We might have been able to bang that report out in the time that we've debated this, and that's sad. But I'll point out this. Earlier, you adopted my A9 amendment that added a representative to from the Indian Affairs Council to the Racial Equity Impact Note Task Force. That cost money, but that was taken. That amendment went on. I find that to be wildly incongruent with the message that we're hearing here. And I get that, as I was told, that is at the will of the majority, and that's exactly right. You've got your votes. We don't have the votes. We've got the clock on our side because we can talk as long as we want. But I did the math, and assuming that we've got roughly 5.5 million Minnesotans, the $3,000 cost is 0.0005455 per Minnesotan. To hear from their government how money is being spent ostensibly on their behalf. But the majority has tried to quelch debate, try to stop this, clearly incongruent with other efforts that you've undertaken previously in our amendment, Blizzard. And I'm, again, very disappointed that the capriciousness that seems to be on display here is really, it's palpable. From all the way over here, I'm listening to these things, and I just think that is absolutely the most bonkers thing that I've heard. But, Madam Speaker, the votes are already set, but I will say that thanks to the help of Representative Donald Raleigh, we do have cosmetology cookies. So, just to let you know that, we fight like cats and dogs here, but we really do appreciate the relationship that we have with you, and that's why we're so mystified at this, is because we believe that you are as well-intended as we feel that we are. We believe that you love our state as much as we do, and that this really stiff-necked defiance of putting something ultimately reasonable on is just really confusing. So, Madam Speaker, again, I would urge people to overrule the ruling of the Speaker. Let's move on, and I will find a place in the rotunda to put the cookies.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal.
It's just amazing how emotions just run out of control.
Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Backer, no.
Backer, no. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Davids.
David votes no.
Davids, no. Davney.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Franzen.
Franson, no.
Franzen, no. Garofalo. Garofalo. Grossel.
Garofalo votes no.
Garofalo, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Hausman.
Houseman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Hertos.
Hertos, no.
Hertos, no. Johnson.
Johnson, no.
Johnson, no. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Katiza Watun.
Tiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Creshaw.
Grisha, no.
Creshaw, no. Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Miller.
Miller, no.
Miller, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson N, no.
Nelson, N, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Richardson.
Richardson, aye.
Richardson, aye. Swazinski.
Wazinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 62 nays, it is the decision of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21-0179.
The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and members, the 0179 amendment brings forward some security and integrity to our election processes here in Minnesota. As you know, there's a boatload of election provisions in this state government bill. Many of them make it much easier for people to vote and also increase the likelihood that they have the opportunity to cheat because we don't build safeguards into it. The 0179 amendment, Madam Speaker, is an amendment to bring forward photo ID requirement to vote here in Minnesota, and provisional ballots. So, Madam Speaker, there are 36 states in our country, 36. That means 14 that do not, 36 states that require some form of ID to vote. Minnesota does not. As a matter of fact, there are 16 states, Madam Speaker, that require a photo ID to vote. This would be make Minnesota one of those. Wisconsin is a photo ID state, and South Dakota to our west has ID requirements in their election laws as well. So additionally, Madam Speaker, there's a provisional ballot component to the amendment. Members, Madam Speaker, there are 3 states in this country that do not have provisional ballots. 47 do. Minnesota's within the 3. Provisional ballots, members, would make it so that if somebody doesn't have the proper identification and isn't properly registered or registerable to vote prior to the election, they can still vote on election day, and then they can come back during the week following in order to make certain that their eligibility is validated with the local county auditor and their vote can be counted. We have had this discussion in the past, Madam Speaker, members, but there's no more important time than now. Madam Speaker and members, it was a year ago today that I was in discussion after being called by some constituents actually in Representative Knorr's district in Minneapolis. And they called me and told me about voter fraud that was taking place in 2018. So this is a 2020 cycle, Madam Speaker, about a year ago today, telling me about 2018 and how people were paid to vote, to go to the polls, told me about a bunch of things that were very alarming. And of course, I had in the past been involved in discussion with the FBI about some of the fraudulent behaviors of a federal lawmaker from that same area. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, as we moved into the 2020 primary election, actually, what we saw was a very large display of widespread fraud going on in Ward 6 in Minneapolis. And one of the candidates, there were 13 candidates in the race, a special city council race. There were 13 candidates in the race, and one of them, a gal who was running, actually shared on Facebook a story of how she had a campaign worker that was taking people to the polls, which is a perfectly normal behavior and legal one. And on the way to the polls, somebody in the van said, pull over, we want our $200. And the campaign worker called the candidate back, Madam Speaker, and asked the candidate, what are we going to do? What is this? And the candidate says, turn around, take them home. We are not participating in this fraud. I understand this is going on in your area, and we need to stop it. As a matter of fact, members, Madam Speaker, there are a bunch of patriots. I met with some of the friends that I met in Representative Knorr's district as they explained the widespread fraud that was going on in the district. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, a week later, there was another video that was given to me, and I also gave it to Project Veritas, which I had asked to come into the state because of all of the things that I was learning and my lack of trust in the FBI to actually get to the bottom of the voter fraud that happened in 2018 and that was now emerging in the year 2020. And the video that was given to me was by a young patriot gal from Representative Knorr's district who captured in a video a variety of a series of Snapchat episodes by one of the competitors, Madam Speaker, of the gal that I just mentioned, the gal who wanted to clean up our elections so that we don't have fraud going on. This guy made a self-indicting video where he had 300 absentee ballots in his car. The video is there. The ballots are very easy to see. They are unopened. And he shared with us how he collected 300 of them just in one day's work. Everyone filled out for his brother, Madam Speaker. Everyone was filled out for his brother, who was running as one of the 13 candidates for the city council race in the city of Minneapolis. Members, this is what is going on in the state of Minnesota. If we continue to deny the fraud that is happening because our election laws are so weak and so loose and continuing to be loosened by our Secretary of State over the last year, that I'll talk about on third reading, Madam Speaker. But if we continue to deny reality and don't bring forward some controls, some integrity, that we can prove that people are who they say they are, and we need to make it easy to vote, but difficult to cheat. We're missing the final part in Minnesota. The difficult to cheat part, Madam Speaker, is missing. And Madam Speaker, members, the amendment that I brought today is the type of language that we need to bring and introduce in a bill like the one we have before us. Now, I know that the majority is not going to accept this. As a matter of fact, I think the Senate is bringing components similar to what I have in this amendment here today. But Madam Speaker and members, I wanted to bring this forward for you to contemplate. As many of us know, certainly Republicans are very aware of the fraud that's going on in this state. We have Democrats in denial, even when it's going on in Representative Knorr's district in the middle of Minneapolis, where, Madam Speaker, I still have not met a Republican elected official from the city of Minneapolis. And that was the Democrats disenfranchising elderly, illiterate people, voters, many and most of them Somali American voters who wanted to only vote here in Minnesota, stealing their votes from them and then bragging about it and what a good job he was doing in his campaign for his brother, Madam Speaker, who won the election in the city council race in Ward 6 in Minneapolis. That's what we have going on. We have disenfranchising of people by individuals that want to go and scoop up votes and take them away from them, steal them from innocent people who only want to participate in our elections, ballot harvesting, which is illegal in our state. I reported it to the FBI. I shared it with the FBI.
Madam Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
God help us.
Representative Dowd for State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Drazkowski, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but it appears that you might be speaking to the wrong amendment. We're on 179, which in my book has to do with voter ID, and I think you're maybe speaking to 180, which is the provisional balloting. So I just wanted to bring that to his attention. I think he's speaking to the wrong amendment.
Madam Speaker,
Members, Representative Drazkowski, we're on the A39 amendment. Representative Drazkowski.
Madam Speaker, and I'll bring your and Representative Dowd's attention to that.
0179, apologies.
The 0179 amendment has provisional balloting on the second half of the amendment if you read it in full, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry I was interrupted. I was on a roll. But the reality is we need to deal with election integrity issues in this state. These are the types of things that we need to bring forward and entertain. We've got a lot of really ridiculous items for election related changes in this bill, items that are going to make it easier to cheat, make it less secure. We need to bring amendments like the one we have before us. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. And with that, I withdraw my amendment.
Representative Drazkowski has withdrawn his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21-0180.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke about this earlier. It was part of the earlier amendment. This is provisional balloting by itself in the absence of photo ID, and I would ask to withdraw this amendment as well, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Qua moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And this has to do with the Office of Legislative Auditor, and we had a discussion and with changes because a member of the Legislative Auditor organization ran for a partisan race. And we think of Legislative Auditor's office as being independent, nonpartisan, like we have nonpartisan staff. And Auditor Nobles requested that we specifically preclude this option of where somebody would run for a partisan office. We debated that, and in a bipartisan fashion, we voted, all but 3, for the rules prohibiting members of the Legislative Auditor's office from running for a partisan position. The idea is there's a high standard for nonpartisan staff in our body, in other parts of government. And we try not to have the perception of conflict of interest or bias. It's a difficult task coming into an agency and auditing. And we have a great record in history of doing it without any preconception, without any partisanship. And the members that have sat on the LEC or LEC have experienced this interaction and on a bipartisan basis have worked well together. And Auditor Nobles had a few comments that I wanted to share. Minnesota legislature has historically drawn a bright line between partisan staff and nonpartisan staff. If the House says it is okay for nonpartisan staff to run for an elected public office, particularly a partisan office, while still on the payroll at a nonpartisan legislative office, we will no longer have that bright line. If we take away the bright line, we destroy the trust relationship we have with nonpartisan staff who become candidates for elective office. The individuals come to work in a nonpartisan legislative office. They should clearly understand that members of the legislature, Democrats and Republicans, expect them to respect their nonpartisan status. Do not take any action that would cause legislators or anyone else to question their ability to be nonpartisan. I would ask for a roll call. This is supported by...
There's a roll call having been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is supported by the Legislative Auditor or Audit Commission, and the vote was on December 22nd of 2020. And I think it's key in this time where we're so used to sides. We're so used to positions being taken and the public cautioning what's your opinion, what is your angle. But we've never had to ask that question of the auditors. They've been very professional, and they have striven to not let any indication of where they stand. Frankly, I don't understand why we can't keep this bright line separating partisan, nonpartisan there. And so I would ask for member support and voting green for this. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Mille Lacs, Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to lend my support to this A38 amendment. I serve on the Audit Commission and have for many terms. And I think what's so important in the discussion that we had back in December is that the OLA and its employees follow generally accepted auditing standards. And therefore, if topics come up that they might have some kind of relationship to in their private life, let's say they have been elected to a local position, they cannot participate in that. So we need to honor that general accepted auditing standards principle and support this amendment coming from our other audit member so that we continue to uphold the office of the legislative auditor as we all expect it to be a nonpartisan organization that provides us with information to take a look at what happens within government, its programs, and its agencies. So, Madam Chair and members, I do hope that you will support the A8 amendment and vote green.
Further discussion to the A8 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, first I want to correct a couple of misstatements that were made. This is not about partisan office. This is about any office. If this was mirroring the Hatch Act, the federal Hatch Act that doesn't allow federal employees to run for a partisan office, I might agree to accept it, but it's not. This is putting in language that they can't run for any office. They can't run for their school board, which is a nonpartisan office. They can't run for a city council. They can't run to be dog catcher if it's a nonpartisan office. They can't run for anything. This is going well beyond what the Hatch Act, the federal Hatch Act does for employees. And members, in a previous job, before I went to work for the union, I had a job where I was under the Hatch Act. And when I left that job, because it was a public employer, I took a union leave without pay. When I was asked to run for the House, I had to go in and resign my position with that employer before I could even think about running for office. That's a whole different ballgame that's out there. But so Representative Quam is misstating it when this is saying he's preventing them from running from partisan offices. No, it prevents them from running for any office. And I think that's a step too far. And Madam Chair, and members, I ask for your no vote on this amendment.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, you're aware of the example of school board was brought up as nonpartisan. Parties endorse for school board races. Parties endorse for city council races. It's happened in this state. Conflicts happen beyond the partisan races, whether it's if you're elected to a water board or other position. But it's not just the legislature or the governor that gets party or partisan endorsements. Many state positions get those partisan endorsements. The idea is to avoid, and the term is independence impairment. That's a conflict, whether it's personal, if you're involved with some activity, then you wouldn't participate in that audit. But instead of specifically listing races and activities, we would just like to avoid that impairment, avoid the perception of conflict, and listen to our auditor, who's been doing a great job for many, many years, and maintain the separation. So once again, this was supported bipartisanly. The Senate, the House get together, and we voted bipartisanly. Only 3 of the members didn't support this language. Auditor Nobles has asked that we include this back in, and I'm asking that you vote green to put this back in. Thank you.
Further discussion. The member from Waseca, Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whereas it seems like if it was any election, that's a little bit too far, as Representative Nelson might suggest. However, we have to understand that the OLA has responsibility for anything that the legislature is involved with, and the legislature has authority over everything every other legislative or elected official has as well. So even if you say, well, a school board, that's no problem, except that the OLA may have some impact into educational issues. Same thing with townships or any other thing. There could be some conflict of interest there. So this really isn't as simple as just saying, well, the OLA only just reports to the Minnesota legislature, so it's only the legislature that they need to be exempted from. No, I think there is a decision here that when you are asked to be nonpartisan and non-committed, you need to be disconnected from any part of elected office that has any potential to be audited by the OLA, which I think is just about everybody. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those members who have not yet voted.
Backer.
Backer, aye.
Backer, aye. Becker, Finn.
Hold on, see that.
Becker, Finn. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Doubt. Doubt, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Tiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Lee. Lee. Lucero. Lucero. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Olson, L. Olson, L, no. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Sundin. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Buzinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Wozlowick.
Oslowick, no.
Wozlowick, no. Walgamot. Walgamot. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Lee.
Lee, no.
Lee, no. Lucero.
Lucero, yes.
Lucero, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Walgamot. Walgamot.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Qua moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is to remove the auto authorization of HAVA funding. And easy government is not good government. We talk about HAVA, but the state of Minnesota is one of 3 states that is exempted from HAVA provisions. We're the largest of those 3. It was talked about earlier. We also, with HAVA, there's matching. So if we auto-authorize, then we're empowering, granting the power to the Secretary of State to cause other funding to be spent. State matching for those funds. But it comes down to the fact we need to stop abdicating our responsibilities. This isn't always fun. This isn't always clean and nice. But it is how government needs to work for us to take responsibility, talk over the issues, come to a consensus, and do the right thing. Every time we say we're going to give away our power, we diminish this body's responsibilities and oversight. Every time we debate an issue, I think we all learn something. And so I think it is wrong to automatically approve the HAVA funding, and I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I oppose this amendment. It removes an important provision in 1952 that ensures that our state and local election administrators have the funds they need to ensure our election security. The federal funding is specifically authorized to secure and strengthen our elections infrastructure, and delays to this funding to getting it to our local and state elections officials has real costs. Members, I'd ask that you vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment. The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just told if I just stood up, you'd see me. I just want to be really clear about the language in the bill. With the HAVA funding, that requires a state match. So it requires a state appropriation to go along with those federal HAVA dollars. And so if we have, if we pass this language as is, it authorizes the Secretary of State to use that federal money with no guarantee of the state dollars. So what that means is that if the Secretary of State chooses to spend that money, as they could with this language, and then they don't get the state match, they have to find that money, because that has to go back to the feds. This causes huge problems. Without an open and standing appropriation for the state dollars to go with this language, it's just irresponsible. It just doesn't make sense. You can't spend money that requires a match without getting the match. So members, I would recommend a yes vote on the amendment.
Further discussion to the A15 amendment. Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the representative for bringing that up. This bill, I didn't see in the spreadsheets the cost of the millions of the match to qualify for the federal funds we're authorizing someone to spend. So I think that actually this amendment would be required to avoid an issue with this bill, because like it was said, we're not authorizing the spending that's required to match, but it comes down to the principle. Do we just want to wave our hands and say, you guys can do whatever you want, you don't need the legislature to work out the details, or do you want us to actually work out the details and go forward? Now, over the years, every time that we've had HAVA funds, the Secretary of State has brought up the fact that there is matching programs, and we have talked about what those were and how they were funded and addressed. But apparently, abdication of our responsibilities and debate on this floor and decision-making is a habit. It's a habit we need to break. So if we want to authorize, fine. We want to blanket give the freedom to do what they want. I don't think that's right. So I think that we need to remove the automatic HAVA appropriation. Someone earlier said autopilots are not good. And in this case, I think I agree.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I apologize, we're in the middle of a voice vote here. There is no roll call on this amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment would remove the existing ban on candidates and parties, political parties, from campaigning, including by distributing water or food to those waiting in line to vote. I suspect most of us have followed closely the laws being passed in Georgia, and we thought it was prudent, probably, to evaluate where there's overlap. And how our laws here in Minnesota compare to those laws in Georgia. And so we did that review, and this is one of those laws that is currently in place in Minnesota that for some reason was a real problem in Georgia when they passed the same law. Now, I actually support the prohibition against candidates and political parties campaigning at polling locations and doing so while voters are waiting in line. So I'm going to ask for a roll call on this.
A roll call having been requested. Seeing 14 GOP, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the roll call. So I appreciate that we've got a roll call on this, and now I'm actually going to recommend that we vote no on this and uphold the current law. We actually probably don't want a system where we have candidates and political parties campaigning at polling locations, providing things that have value to voters as they stand in line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the amendment. The representative from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise to oppose this amendment. I am glad, Representative New Brindley, that we agree that the 100 feet outside of the polling place, I think Justice Roberts called it an oasis of calm. It is an important place that there is not campaigning. I think the distinction that we need to make, though, is I was in Georgia in 2018, been following this pretty closely, and the difference that our law says is it specifically is about campaigning, about trying to convince folks to vote for or against folks or ballot initiative. It does not prevent volunteers from giving people water if they're standing in line, as long as they're not campaigning. I think that that's a good rule, I'd ask members to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. Members voting remotely, please vote. The clerk will call the names of those who have not voted yet.
Backer.
Backer, no.
Backer, no. Becker, Finn.
Beck, no.
Becker, Finn, no. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels, no.
Daniels, no. Davids.
Davids, no.
Davids, no. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Garofalo.
Garoppolo, no.
Garofalo, no. Grossel.
Russell, no.
Grossel, no. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Her, no. Johnson.
Johnson, no.
Johnson, no. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Miller.
Miller, no.
Miller, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson N, no.
Nelson, N, no. Olson, L. Olson, L.
The best amendment outcome we've had all day.
Olson, L, no. Poston.
Poston, no.
Poston, no. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, no. Richardson.
Richardson, no.
Richardson, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, no.
Schumacher, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
No.
Swazinski, no. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Vang. Vang. Wozlowick.
Wozlowick, no.
Wozlowick, no. Vang. Vang.
The clerk will close the roll.
They want to get like a really strong position against polling place. Like, if you're bringing people water.
There being 0 ayes and 128 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A18 would remove the provision from the bill that allows for the utilization of medical bills to be a usable form of identification to vote in an area. My opposition to this was expressed in committee, and I'll share with you here, is that a medical bill does not necessarily indicate a geographic location that you are actually living at. And I use the example of my son. He gets medical bills sent to my home, but does not actually live there. He's still on my insurance, and we're hoping that goes away soon. But that does not necessarily mean that he is qualified to vote in the district within which I live. And what I will tell you is there is a bevy of other options of places that do have a geographic location affixed to the document or the bill or whatever that do indicate your residence in that geography. I think that this is, I understand Chair Davney had this bill and I understand it was well intended, but I do believe that this is fraught with potential fraud that would be really unintended. I think that we don't want to put this type of policy language into statute, and I would just ask for your green vote.
Discussion to the Nash Amendment. Representative Davney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Rise in opposition to the Nash Amendment. I would, this proposal was brought to me by an election judge in my district who made the observation that it's time we move some of the provisions of our voter registration system into the 21st century and recognize that many people no longer get the paper and ink utility bills and the like that we rely on in statute to prove residency. But you know what? You always get the medical bills. And that was her point. It was her experience working as an election judge, making sure that our democratic system works for everyone, where she found that people would come forward and not have the documents that we require because they no longer get those in hard copy. But they did have medical bills, and she had to work with them. And so allowing for this provision simplifies people establishing their residence. And Representative Nash, I guess I just urge your son to change his address on his medical bill. With that, members, I'd ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Nash Amendment. All those in favor of the Nash Amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Before I start, I'd like to request a roll call on this.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we have an issue in existing law when it comes to financing campaigns, and it's really a loophole. Right now, corporate contributions are prohibited. All of us obviously are very familiar with these rules. We work very hard to make sure we comply carefully with campaign finance laws for our own campaigns. This amendment would close a loophole in that corporate contribution prohibition. What it would do is prohibit PACs and funds from using bank loans or lines of credit on campaigns. Right now, particularly union PACs are known to take out bank loans backed up by their members' dues in order to access additional funding. And right now, there's nothing that prohibits those PACs from giving those contributions then to candidates and caucuses. Well, if corporate contributions are prohibited, a PAC has to be prohibited from using bank assets, those are corporate assets, to directly finance campaigns. It'll prohibit undue influence. Can you imagine candidates or political funds pressuring groups to go beyond existing resources to take out a loan to fund their campaigns? Right now, this is a significant loophole that, frankly, some of the unions drive a dump truck full of cash through to fund campaigns. We need to just clean this up and make sure that we've got transparency in our system and that we're not using these corporate resources to fund campaigns. And I request a yes vote. I hope that folks will see the problem with this and just make sure we clean up the language. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Members, what this amendment is doing is telling unions that they can't spend their money the way they want to, or and not just the way they want to, the way their members authorize them to do. For a union to take out a loan, they have to get approval from their membership at a vote on the floor of their local union meetings. They have to, if they're going to take out a loan, to backfill their PAC, knowing that PAC contributions from their members, that a certain percentage of their dues money that would go in there is going to backfill this. They're making decisions that they feel are important, and they want to participate in the election process on issues that they feel are important. And so, members, I would say vote no on this amendment. This is basically trying to tell unions and trying to strip the unions of their power, of their voice in elections, which have many ramifications for them, which is why they feel they're important and why they feel they need to support candidates that support them in their issues. So, members, please vote no.
Any further discussion on the New Brindley Amendment? Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, this one's just kind of common sense. We certainly, wouldn't want, and I don't know that Representative New Brindley actually even said unions, but Representative Nelson did, and brings up a good point. The Teachers Union, Education Minnesota, a couple of times actually in my tenure has taken out loans in the tune of $350,000 and $400,000 and given that money directly to the House DFL. So I don't know if somebody's trying to speak, maybe their mic is turned on, they could turn that off or mute themselves. Certainly want to make sure that everybody's hearing what I'm saying. Although I'm sure you know it because it's in the campaign finance reports. I think for those who are against corporate money in politics and corporate personhood and all of that, against the forget what the Supreme Court decision is, Citizens United. The folks who say all of these things, this is your opportunity to say we want that money out of politics. We want just people to be able to voice their opinion. Not magnify your voice by borrowing money from a bank and dumping that money into campaigns. It has happened. It's happened right here in our own elections in the Minnesota House, and it's wrong. So this is our opportunity to correct that, and I'd ask people to very strongly support this. I don't know if we can press our button twice or how we do that. I guess I won't do a point of parliamentary inquiry. Maybe we should have one with an exclamation point on it that says, this is really a good one. If we did, I'd press that button, but I'll just use my green button. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I wasn't going to go into the details, but since Chair Nelson is requesting a no vote, I suppose I'll give some details for some additional information, because I think it's helpful and I think it matters, and it shows why we're doing this. There's good reason that there are these corporate contribution prohibitions in Minnesota, and like I said, we work hard to follow those very closely. In statute, unpaid, unrepaid loans are considered contributions, and that makes these corporate contributions to our campaigns. That's how it's defined in state law already. But right now, this loan issue provides a loophole for that. Right now, a candidate could encourage a PAC. Frankly, we see it in the unions. Education Minnesota is the clearest example in Minnesota. Candidates, House caucuses perhaps, can go to Education Minnesota, say we need money, and encourage them to take out a bank loan. and then give that contribution to them, well, that is a corporate contribution. Those are corporate assets being given to entities that are prohibited from taking corporate assets. And I'm going to give you an example since we brought it up. You know, in 2016, Education Minnesota took out a corporate loan. They took out a bank loan using bank assets one day. And the very next day, gave 52 checks to DFL campaigns, gave $300,000 to Alliance for a Better Minnesota, gave $260,000 to DFL caucuses. Aside from ABM, these groups are prohibited from taking corporate contributions. But they did so through this loophole that is currently allowed in statute. This clearly defies the spirit of the law, and it should be fixed. It absolutely should be fixed. And just as an aside, that same day that the individual campaigns and caucuses received hundreds of thousands of dollars, that same day, 2 checks were written to local teachers' unions for a whopping $1,500 total. I mean, come on, this is being done on the backs of our teachers. It defies the spirit of the law. This is a loophole that should be changed. Please vote yes on the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the New Brindley amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote.
If I'm up there, we have a point of order. No, I have to call on someone when they rise to a point of order. But we should wait until after the author of the amendment is done. Explain their amendment, right?
Yes.
But that's not.
Members voting remotely, please vote.
Well, I think technically somebody rises right away and you seal a purpose to rise.
You can do that, but then you can also say, custom to proceed to let the
Yeah,
author
okay.
speak first.
Yeah, okay.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who have not voted yet?
Backer.
Thacker, aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Daniels.
Daniels votes aye.
Daniels, aye. Davids.
Davids votes no.
Davids, no. Davney.
Dabney votes no.
Davney, no. Eklund.
Eklund, no.
Eklund, no. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hassan.
Hassan, no.
Hassan, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Hewitt. Hewitt. Johnson.
Johnson, aye.
Johnson, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, I. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, I. Olson, L. Olson, L. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, I. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, I. Sandell.
Sandell, no.
Sandell, no. Sandsted.
Samstead, no.
Sandsted, no. Schumacher.
Schumacher, aye.
Schumacher, I. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Swazinski, aye.
Swazinski, I. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Vang. Vang. Hewitt. Hewitt. Olson, L.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A20.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This amendment is really simple. It just removes, 4 lines from the bill. It would remove the section of the bill that would expand the definition of express advocacy in relation to electioneering. And just to give you a bit of a primer, express advocacy is when right now we call it the magic words. It has to pass the magic word test, and it means that you are expressly advocating for or against a candidate. And it has to use magic words like vote for in order to be considered express advocacy. And it matters because organizations that engage in express advocacy become regulated entities. They have to register with the Campaign Finance Board, and they have to file regular finance reports with the board. We as candidates do that often. If it's an election year, we do it more often than a non-election year, and political party units do this. PACs do this. They are all regulated entities. Lobbyists do this, actually. They are a regulated entity. They all register with the Campaign Finance Board. They have reporting requirements to show where their money is coming from and how they're spending it. And they also have disclosure requirements. They have to say who their money is coming from, and if, when engaging in express advocacy, they have to put a disclaimer on the communication. So there's a lot that goes along with being a regulated entity. And the problem with the language that's being added to statute that's in this bill is that it's very broad and very vague, and creates a lot of problems for organizations that are probably, I'm guessing, I know this was Representative Greenman's provision, and I'm guessing they are unintended consequences for her. She certainly would not want problems, obviously, going forward with this. The problem is, well, I guess, let's dig into this a little bit. Would Chair Nelson actually yield for a question?
I guess so.
Representative Nelson will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Representative Nelson. I appreciate that. And I'm wondering if you can just help me to understand, Mr. Chair, under this statute, if your local newspaper were to publish either an editorial or an endorsement, as many newspapers do, would that fall under the definition of express advocacy?
Representative Nelson.
I do not believe so.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Nelson. I guess I'm a little, I have a different read. The language says that the communication is an appeal advocating the election or defeat. I'm reading the language directly from the bill. It's on page 112, just in case folks want to check it out. It says the appeal advocating the election or defeat of one or more clearly identified candidates. So if they're providing an endorsement of a candidate, that is certainly advocating the election of that candidate. So let's try another one. Would Representative Greenman yield for a question?
She will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And like I said, Representative Greenman, I know this was your provision originally. And I'm wondering, in a similar way, how might a voter guide be interpreted under this language?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. And just to clarify, what we're talking about is independent expenditures that are required to report and register with the board. This is the same standard, this language that they use in federal law. And so all of this does is move from the magic words, vote for or against, and in that case, I think the endorsement of in a newspaper probably would count. And a voter guide, I believe, if you look into the independent expenditure rules, would not apply.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, it applies to independent expenditures, and the point is, this definition of express advocacy expands what those might be. What it expands what counts as an independent expenditure. That's what this language does. So you're right, under existing law, it wouldn't count. But this language that we are adding to the bill expands the definition of what counts as an independent expenditure. So you're right, current language wouldn't do that, but this language doesn't say anything about what is already a regulated entity. It doesn't say anything about what is already considered an independent expenditure. It expands it. It says, a communication when taken as a whole and with limited reference to external events, but I mean, that's not defined, so who knows what that really means, such as the proximity to elections. So that's one criteria that could be used. It doesn't have to be used. It says such as, so maybe, maybe not. Is susceptible of no reasonable interpretation. Well, reasonable to who? It's reasonable to the Campaign Finance Board. That's actually who would be the arbiter of these things. Other than as an appeal advocating the election or defeat of one or more clearly defined candidates. So it's true, current law would not include these things, but would Representative Greenman yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Greenman, can you show me where the guarantee is that we would not be adding newspaper endorsements, voter guides, things like that, to now be included as express advocacy?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. If a voter guide spends the limits that the independent expenditure, which I believe is $1,500, and is communication that is susceptible to no reasonable interpretation than to elect or defeat a candidate, then yes, this would apply. And I would argue it should. If we're gonna have a loophole that says saying vote for or against is one thing, but saying Representative Greenman is a great progressive and the election is on April 30th, those to me are the same thing. And so the answer is it would close that loophole.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the honesty, Representative Greenman. I really do. I appreciate the acknowledgement of that. I think then that this really does become a significant issue. When we talk about things like newspapers, they've got a First Amendment right to endorse or support whoever they want. And certainly, they should be able to do that without filing with the Campaign Finance Board. This creates a huge conflict. And I would say, that there's another issue. When we talk about voter guides, we are talking about a lot of independent organizations. We're talking about folks like the League of Women Voters. We're talking about folks like the Sierra Club, Minnesota Citizens Concerned for Life, Planned Parenthood. Most of our unions put out voter guides. We are adding a whole lot of organizations, and they might literally spend $1,500 putting out a voter guide. Like, they're spending virtually nothing. And now they are going to have to register with the Campaign Finance Board, file regular reports, and when I say regular reports, they're going to have to file extensive reports. They're going to have to disclose every single one of their donors. They're going to have to disclose the employer and occupations of their donors. They have to disclose exactly where all of their money is spent, not just this $1,500 on the voter guide, because that's, like in my campaigns, I have to disclose, if I buy treats for a parade for my volunteers, and I have to disclose if I send out a mail piece on my behalf. Now, those treats obviously are not advocating for me, but my campaign materials are, my mail pieces are, but I still have to disclose both of those things. So by doing this, we are literally saying that the League of Women Voters, who always sends out a voter guide, they are now going to have to register with the Campaign Finance Board and disclose all of their contributions and all of their expenditures. Again, I think that's probably an unintended consequence. I do not believe that really is the intention of this bill. I never, at the time, I never thought that I would give kudos to a very similar bill that was introduced by Representative Bonner in the last biennium, because I certainly did not support that bill either. But her bill did actually address a lot of these issues, and it would have actually cleared up a lot of those things and offered some protections for newspapers, for voter guides, things like that. And yet, even with those things in place, when we asked the Campaign Finance Board about the bill and we brought up these different issues, what the executive director actually told us is, yeah, we understand. That's actually why we didn't ask for this language. Because the Campaign Finance Board are actually the folks who become the arbiters of all this stuff. And I don't know if you have worked on elections. I have some experience on elections as well. And there are literally thousands of communications that go out in an election, and particularly as we get close to the election, thousands. And if we are creating a subjective law, which this is very subjective, taken as a whole, limited reference to external events, such as, we don't really know what that is, no reasonable interpretation. This is very subjective. Right now, the rules are very hard, fast, they're very clear, and there's a good reason for that. Because again, there are thousands of communications that go out. And for the Campaign Finance Board to have the bandwidth to manage this is just not realistic. It's not reasonable, which again is why they actually told us that that's why they didn't actually ask for the language, because it was just too difficult to manage with all of the question marks and with the subjectivity of the law. And as it turns out, that version of the law was actually far less subjective than this one. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, did I ask for a roll call already?
You did not.
Well, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative New Brindley has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask for support of the amendment and a yes vote.
Further discussion to the New Brindley Amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask you to oppose this amendment. This is a really important provision that's about ensuring that voters know who's spending money in our elections and closing a loophole that they don't even have in federal spending. That if you don't say vote for or against, if you say vote for the great progressive, here's their picture and here's all the reasons, that somehow is different than if you say vote for or against. This ensures that outside groups, we're talking about the flood of outside money, and I don't know if you have heard, but I've been hearing from my constituents about the increasing flood of dark money. Nobody knows who's spending it. And Representative New Brindley, I was on the Campaign Finance Board, and I can tell you we don't know how much this spending is, because for folks who just change a few letters in a lit piece or an advertisement and spend millions of dollars, they don't have to register and report. I want to be clear, I rarely quote Justice Scalia, but even Justice Scalia said that disclosure is actually critical to the First Amendment, the First Amendment of voters knowing who's trying to influence their elected officials in their government. Now, I think that I just want to make sure folks are clear about what this provision is, because I think what you were confusing it with was the electioneering provision, which is much bigger. This language is actually in the Campaign Finance Board. It has been multiple years where they have asked for this, and it is based again on federal jurisprudence and federal law. It just says that a communication, when taken as a whole with limited reference to external events, such as proximity to an election, is susceptible to no reasonable interpretation other than as an appeal to advocating the election or defeat of one or more clearly identified candidates. The other thing I just want to clear up, having worked a lot with the League of Women Voters, is if they were here, what they would tell you is they absolutely never get close to magic words or support or against. If you look at a League of Women voter guide, or a C3 voter guide, a nonprofit voter guide, they actually can't use that because of their tax status. So if you are a political organization and you're spending money to elect or defeat a candidate, no matter what party you're spending money to elect and defeat, Minnesota voters should know. They should know who is spending money. That's all this does. Members, I'd ask you to oppose this amendment. This is a good provision. Oppose the amendment.
Further discussion to the New Brindley Amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Oh, yes, Representative New Brindley, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just close before the vote here. I will just say that it's true, we do want disclosure, and the good news is that right now, all communications that advocate for or against a candidate in an election are already disclosed. They're regulated and disclosed. That's the law. That is currently law, that all communications that expressly advocate for or against a candidate must be regulated and disclosed. That is currently the law. And I know Representative Greenman keeps saying that this doesn't have anything to do with electioneering, but this expands the definition so this stuff then becomes electioneering. That's exactly what it does. It's expanding the definition so other things become electioneering. That's what it does. There's just no two ways around that. So members, I would request a yes vote on the amendment.
Further discussion to the New Brindley Amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the A20 Amendment. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Backer.
Thacker votes aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Davney, no.
Davney, no. Damath.
Damath votes aye.
Damath, aye. Frederick.
Frederick votes no.
Frederick, no. Freiberg.
Freiberg votes no.
Freiberg, no. Garofalo.
Garofalo, aye.
Garofalo, aye. Grossel.
Grossel aye.
Grossel, aye. Haley. Haley. Houseman.
Houseman, no.
Houseman, no. Hewitt.
Hewitt, no.
Hewitt, no. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Mecklin. Mecklin. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson and I.
Nelson, N, aye. New Brindley. New Brindley, aye. Olson, B. Olson, B. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Scott.
Scott, aye.
Scott, aye. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Wolgamott. No. Wolgamott, no. Haley.
Haley, aye.
Haley, aye. Olson, B.
Olson B, aye.
Olson, B, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Mecklin. Mecklin.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would expand some language that's already in the bill, the newly required independent expenditure disclosure. In the bill, they add language that to the disclosures on election communications, not only do they have to disclose the organization, sorry, I'm just looking for the page number real quick. Not only do they have to include the organization that is paying for the communication, but under this new language, they also have to list the top 3 contributors to that organization. This amendment would just add additional transparency to that disclosure. Frankly, if all you're listing is the top 3 donors, well, people don't necessarily know who those donors are. That's not necessarily any more helpful than having the organization listed. So this would add, in addition to the top 3 donors, for each of those donors, you would also have to add the contributor's occupation, their employer. That's standard information that's disclosed to the organizations. State of residency, I think it's important that Minnesotans know where the money is coming from that's funding our elections. And the top 3 political committees or funds or party units to which that contributor has made contributions in the last 12-month period. Minnesotans should, you know, if we're trying to add transparency, then let's actually make it transparent. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion on the New Brindley amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. I wish you would have introduced this and I think Amendment A19 as bills, because I am looking forward to working with you. You know, I'm new here, but I feel really passionately about the need to have disclosure, the need for Minnesota voters to know who's spending money in their elections, and frankly, for candidates to know who's spending money in our elections, for parties, for everybody. And so I hope in a spirit of working together, these are not partisan issues. These are really about Minnesotans knowing what's happening and knowing who's spending money and trying to influence our government. So I hope that we can work on these issues. That being said, this amendment is unworkable. And I called the Campaign Finance Board because I was interested. My amendment, or my language, excuse me, just requires independent expenditures who are spending money to put on a disclaimer on their advertisements of the top 3 donors. That's information they're already disclosing. It's already in reports. What this does is say voters can see it. Voters can see it. They already have a disclaimer. Just add those 2. The additional information you're asking for of the top 3 contributions of those donors in the 12 months, one is not something that the Campaign Finance Board currently asks or collects, and they also said to me they're not sure, would a treasurer be responsible for that? Would the IE? So if this is an issue that you think is important, I would love to work with you on it because I think more disclosure is important. The other reason I oppose this amendment is it's just unworkable. There's a lot of information to go on a TV ad and a lit piece. So if we're going to do this and we're going to require this kind of disclosure, let's make sure that it works for these communications. So members, I would ask you to vote no on this. I also just would say, and I wanted to make sure that I got this information for you from the last conversation we had. You will be happy to know, Representative New Brindley, that Section 10A.01, Subdivision 9, excludes from the definition of expenditure the publishing or broadcasting of news items or editorial comments by the news. So that is already excluded from expenditures. We don't need to worry about that. Thank you so much. Vote no.
Further discussion to the A21 amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it seems silly to rehash the last bill, but when you're changing definitions, it changes definitions. So that's what we did with the last bill. I appreciate, though, Representative Greenman, what she said, and I appreciate that she said that this information is already disclosed and available to voters. She just told us that it's already disclosed and available to voters, and which is actually the point of this amendment. I recognize that the information I'm asking for in this amendment, I get that it's a little silly, and frankly, this amendment was done a little tongue-in-cheek, because exactly what you just said is true. This information is already disclosed and very easily available to voters. In fact, it's available far more easily than trying to figure out what interagency transfers are being made for funding that we actually need House fiscal analysts to find for us. This is actually really easy information to find. You can go on the Campaign Finance Board website. They have a search engine. You can search by donor, you can search by candidate, you can search by political fund. You can literally search by whatever you want and pull up all the contributions given to those organizations. So you are right, Representative Greenman. That information is disclosed. It's very easily available, and it's sort of silly to add these cumbersome things to these bills. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A21 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A21 amendment, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion does not prevail, and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A23.
To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is an amendment that would bring some additional integrity, election integrity to the system, and I think it would increase the public faith in our electoral system. And I want to be very clear, and I did this in committee as well, when I brought this forward as an amendment in committee. I was very careful with this bill. You know, there are all kinds of claims made about elections on both sides of the aisle. Frankly, most of them inflammatory from both sides. But frankly, there are real legitimate concerns from both sides as well. And we should care about addressing those. And so when I put together this particular amendment and this particular legislation, I did it with that in mind, to put together a realistic bill that is not playing gotcha. It's not, you know, playing to the extremes of either party. This is just good common sense stuff. And so what this amendment would do is, first of all, it would prohibit people from being paid based on a number of absentee ballot applications that they collect. And this mirrors a similar provision that's currently in law regarding voter registrations. It would also require a sign-in sheet for people delivering other people's ballots, and prohibit returning other people's ballots in the mail, and make it a felony to tamper with someone else's ballots. So these are obviously just common sense reforms to ensure that there's no abuse of ballot harvesting. Under current law, people are are able to collect 3 ballots and turn those in. So if they have an elderly neighbor or a parent, or maybe they've got a kid who's voting for the first time, and we all know how 18-year-olds are or 19-year-olds are, they're very busy, and they may not want to take the time to bring their ballot over. Well, you can take those ballots, you can take 3 of them and turn those in. But under current law, there's no way to know if that's the case. And so this would just prohibit folks from dropping them in the mail, because we can't control that. We have no idea how many ballots people are turning in that way. And it would just require a record so that we can actually monitor that and hold people accountable to the law that already exists. In addition, it would require a sign-in sheet for those who assist a voter in filling out their ballot. It's the same problem. We already in law limit the number of people whom we can help fill out a ballot. So this amendment, this provision, would just add some accountability to that. We would make sure that we know where and when that's happening. It also makes it a felony to threaten or coerce a voter in how they vote, or whether they register to vote or apply for an absentee ballot. Frankly, there is no place in our election system for any form of coercion or threats in regards to how someone votes, if they vote, who they vote for. There's no place for it. And finally, it prohibits paying people for registering to vote or applying for an absentee ballot. These are really, like I said, common sense recommendations. These are not inflammatory. It just brings some accountability to the existing laws and brings the penalties in line with other penalties that are currently in statute. I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative New Brindley has requested a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request an affirmative vote on the amendment.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. There's actually parts of this that I like, and I am interested. I agree with you that we should bring Minnesota into conformity with, or codify the federal law around paying folks by the ballot or by the ballot application. Unfortunately, the rest of this amendment is overbroad. It creates new felonies, and it could suggest that you could get a felony by just walking your relative's sealed ballot to the mailbox. It is responding to, it creates felonies out of behavior that we just haven't seen. So I am looking forward to working with you, and I hope that your desire to stand up and make sure that folks are not trying to undue influence people to register or not to register, to get in the way of them voting, means that you're interested in my my provision protecting folks from voter intimidation. But with that, members, I would say this is overbroad. It doesn't work, and I'm looking forward to working with you, Representative Brindley, on doing something that can, but I'd recommend a no vote.
Discussion to the A23 amendment. The member from Wabasha, Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative New Brindley, for bringing the amendment. I can't believe the Democrats are not going to support an amendment that prohibits people from paying people for ballots. We saw this in Minneapolis in the primary election just last year in 2020. It's going on. It's rampant. The Democrats are in denial, and now they're going to deny the opportunity to remedy this situation by making it clearly illegal again to do this. Thank you, Representative New Brindley, for bringing the amendment. This is an easy yes vote. If you don't vote yes for this, members, you are allowing fraudulent and illegal and immoral behavior to happen in our elections in the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise just really quickly because we've heard twice now just completely not factual statements about voter fraud in Minnesota. It's just important to correct the record. It took about 15 seconds to pull up an article. I have it from the USA Today. Fact check, no proof of alleged voter fraud scheme or connection in the matter that was just raised. And it was just important to correct the record on such a topic so important as voter security here in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the A23 amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really do appreciate Representative Greenman and what she said. And so, Mr. Speaker, I actually move to divide the amendment between lines 1.14 and lines 1.15 and just take up that first section of the bill first.
Representative New Brindley moves to divide the amendment. The amendment is divisible. The clerk will report the division.
New Brindley is requesting to divide her amendment as follows. On page 1, between lines 114 and 115 would be the first portion of the amendment. The second portion would be lines 115 through pages 2 and 3. And requesting to vote on the first portion first.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to clarify, do I need to request a new roll call, or is it already roll called?
It's already roll call.
You do not need to request a new roll call, Representative New Brindley. There's already a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The break is 1 moment.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate Representative Greenman. This portion of the bill is just that portion that would prohibit receiving compensation for absentee ballot applications. And I would definitely recommend a yes vote on this.
Just a sec. Just a sec. I just want to make sure people are clear on that. You clear? Okay. Question for the body is the first portion of the New Brindley divided amendment.
The question before the body is the first portion of the New Brindley divided amendment.
Lines 1.2 through 1.14.
Lines 1.2 through 1.14.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
Hearing none, clerk will take the roll on the first portion.
Hearing none, the clerk will... The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this division, I recommend a yes vote.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the first portion of the New Brindley Amendment.
I know this.
Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Backer.
Aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, aye.
Davney, aye. Frederick.
Frederick, aye.
Frederick, aye. Freiberg.
Freiberg, aye.
Freiberg, aye. Grossel.
Russell, aye.
Grossel, aye. Haley. Haley, aye. Hausman.
Houseman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, aye.
Heinrich, aye. Hewitt. Hewitt, aye. Jordan.
Jordan, aye.
Jordan, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and aye.
Nelson, N, aye. New Brindley. New Brindley, aye. Novotny.
Novotny, aye.
Novotny, aye. Farr.
Farr, aye.
Farr, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Raleigh. Raleigh, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sundin.
Aye.
Sundin, aye. Swazinski.
Aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Wolgamott. Aye. Wolgamott, aye. Speaker Hartman. Excused. Thompson. Thompson.
The speaker wants to vote, but she's not available by voice.
So you can press your button.
It's locked.
I cannot lock it.
Okay, I'm locking.
You want to unlock the speaker?
Not on mechanics here. We'll unlock it.
Not excused. Not excused.
Not excused. There you go.
The clerk will close the roll.
No. I hit.
There being 127 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the first portion of the New Brindley divided amendment is adopted. Discussion to the second portion of the divided New Brindley amendment, lines 1.15 through 3.9. To the author of the second portion of the divided amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to thank Representative Greenman for that support. You know, I suspect we hear all the time that people get so frustrated with how divided we are. Well, what people don't know is that's the only stuff we talk about when we're here on the House floor. But the reality is there is a ton of agreement between parties, and it's really kind of fun and nice to see when we can come together even in an impromptu way when it's maybe was not expected. So I really appreciate both bodies supporting that amendment, and I think it's good for our elections, it's good for election integrity. So thank you for that. I would also ask for a yes vote on the remainder of this amendment. And I just want to clarify, Mr. Speaker, there is currently a roll call on this portion of the amendment as well.
That is correct, Representative New Brindley. A roll call has been requested, and seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the second portion of your divided 823 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And I would still ask for a yes vote on the second portion of this bill. You know, it does things like make it a felony to tamper with someone else's ballot. We actually think that's a good idea. Again, much of current election law does have the penalty of a felony associated with it, and it's because our elections are sacred. It is because a voter's right to vote and a citizen's right to vote is sacred. It is among our very most important and central rights as citizens of this country. And it should be very serious to tamper with those things. So I would still ask for a yes vote for the remainder of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the second portion of the divided New Brindley 823 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in opposition to this piece, this 1.16 to 3.9. This is the part of the bill, and I agree that I think what we're talking about here is people's right to vote. And, you know, I am always going to be willing to have a good faith conversation about things that strengthen people's right to vote, that strengthen people's confidence in our elections, and that ensure that every eligible person, no matter where they live, what they look like, what party they vote for, can exercise that right. I don't think that this second portion does that. I don't think making it a felony for dropping off your relative's ballot in the mail does that. So I'd say that that please, members, vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion to the second portion of the divided 823 amendment. To the author, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to be clear that it actually does not make it a felony to drop off your relative's ballot. It only does so if you are dropping off ballots in excess of the currently allowed number of ballots. So I just want to be very clear about that. And I would request a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the second portion of the divided New Brindley 823 amendment. Members who are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Backer.
Aye.
Backer, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
David's aye.
Davids, aye. Davney.
Dabney, no.
Davney, no. Frederick.
Frederick, no.
Frederick, no. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich. Heinrich, aye. Hewitt. Hewitt, no. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Madiani.
Mariani, no.
Madiani, no. McDonald.
McDonald, aye.
McDonald, aye. Miller.
Miller, aye.
Miller, aye. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and I.
Nelson, N, aye. Novotny.
Bonnie, aye.
Novotny, aye. Petersburg. Petersburg. Farr. Farr, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Kuzinski, aye.
Swazinski, aye. Thompson. Thompson. Wolgamott. No. Wolgamott, no. Petersburg. Petersburg. Thompson. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Robbins moves to amend House File Number 1952, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A38.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. This is a very simple amendment that allows a business owner who's a single proprietor to be able that their home address, if they work from home, that their home address is not listed publicly on the Secretary of State's business registration website. I carried this bill last session, and prior to me, Representative Jen Loon carried this. This is an issue that rarely comes up, but when it does, it really affects people who are sole proprietors of a small business who work from home. And as we've seen in the pandemic, more and more people may start to work from home, and they may want to request this confidentiality. Currently, when you register your business with the Secretary of State's office, the address of the business is listed publicly. This amendment does not change that, but it does allow single proprietors to request that the address be not made available publicly on the website. It's still public information under Chapter 13, and anyone can still request that address of the business by phone, by email, by any other way. So the address itself is still public, and it still can be given to anyone. It's just that it wouldn't be on the website. So members, before I was a member of the legislature, I did run a small business from my home. I was the only proprietor employee of this business, and this happened to me. My address was listed as the business, even though I put on events throughout the metro area. So one day my neighbors were calling me because
some media had come to my house, even though I wasn't there. I was at the actual event. So there's a lot of reasons why people want to keep their home address off this website for personal safety or family reasons. And so I would request support for this amendment and ask for a roll call, members. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
There being 15 hands, a roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion to the A32 amendment. Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's a lot of sense to this, and I think we should support this amendment. And even though the Secretary of State says there's some cost to instituting this, I think we should support this amendment and vote yes.
Further discussion to the A32 amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Robbins.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nelson. I appreciate that, and I'll withdraw the roll call.
The roll call has been withdrawn. Further discussion. All those in favor of the A32 amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk.
Point of order.
The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend House Bill number 1952, the second engrossments as amended. The amendment is coded A61.
To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good news, members. I think you'll get a little break from me after this amendment. This amendment, as similar to another amendment earlier, like I said, we've seen a lot in the news about the new Georgia voting laws that were passed, and as part of that review of our own election law, another similarity has been found, and so this amendment would remove the existing requirement that voters provide their driver's license number or the last 4 digits of their social security number on an absentee ballot application. Watching the uproar in Georgia led to this, looking for this. Now, again, as it turns out, I do actually support the use of identifying documents on absentee ballot applications. It absolutely ensures that there is public faith in the system and that there is integrity in our elections. It is common sense to use an identification when we vote. So while this gives everyone a chance to bring our law in line with the opposition to the Georgia law, I would actually recommend voting no on this amendment and keeping the integrity that we have in place with our absentee ballot laws.
Further discussion to the A61 amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. And I really appreciate it. I think it is important to talk about what's happening in the 43 other states where we're seeing an increase of voter restrictions. But I will not belabor that point because I rise today to oppose this amendment, not because I don't think that there's actually, I'm intrigued. There's some interesting stuff in here, and if we had seen it as a bill before amendments yesterday, I'd say we should work on it together. What I know is when you start changing around absentee ballot board things, the first thing you should do is talk to your local elections administrators. Just haven't had the chance to do that. I also just checked with the Secretary of State, and they said it probably would have some significant costs, and being new to the body, but having sat through the debate over the 4.03 objection, I don't think I want to put us through that again. So I'm going to ask folks to vote no on this. I will say, though, Representative New Brindley, if you're serious about some of the policy in this, I would love to work with you on it. I think that our local elections administrators, I also think our state election administration would be interested in it. So vote no today. Thank you.
Further discussion to the A61 amendment. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Munson.
Mr. Speaker, I've had my button pushed now for quite some time. I would appreciate it if you would make sure that you're looking at the people on the list to speak. I had a question before the vote on the last question on the last one, and I also unmuted myself, as did Representative Lucero, to speak, and we were not recognized. I understand this night is going late, but if this technology is supposed to work by recognizing members, you need to look at the list of the people that are requesting to speak to make sure that you clear that before requesting that people vote.
Further discussion to the A61 amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And the removal of the identification. Basically, we had an audit of voter registration, and one election cycle, there were over 16,000 bad registrations verified at the SSA, part of the HAVA. The next cycle, there were over 15,000. So we got to be careful if we just decide to get rid of the information required by HAVA to verify that we're removing things that are needed. And frankly, we need confidence in our elections. And so, thank you.
Further discussion to the A61 amendment. To the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just say, actually, I assure you, Representative Greenwood, I'm actually not serious about this one. I recommended a no vote to my members because I actually do think that identifying documents make our elections more secure and more fair. And I would request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the A61 amendment. Further discussion to the A61 amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. Those that are voting remotely, please vote. Will the chief clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Backer.
Backer, no.
Backer, no. Berg. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
David's no.
David's no. Davney.
Daphne, no.
Davney, no. Frederick.
Frederick, no.
Frederick, no. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Hamilton. Hamilton. Hausman. Hausman.
Houseman, no.
Hausman, no. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Jordan.
Jordan, no.
Jordan, no. No. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. McDonald. McDonald. Miller.
Miller, no.
Miller, no. Nelson, N.
Pardon me. Hamilton, no.
Nelson, N.
McDonald, no.
Novotny.
Novotny, no.
Novotny, no. Petersburg.
Petersburg, no.
Petersburg, no. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Raleigh. Raleigh, no. Ryer.
Ryer, no.
Ryer, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Swazinski.
Brzezinski, no.
Swazinski, no. Thompson. Thompson. Wolgamott. No. Wolgamott, no. Speaker Hartman. Speaker Hartman, no. Hamilton.
Hamilton, no.
Hamilton, no. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Nelson, N.
Nelson, and no.
Nelson, N, no. Thompson. Thompson.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 0 ayes and 127 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. The member from Hennepin, the majority leader, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, a little while ago, emotions ran high on the floor, and I think it was a hangry moment. Right now, we have Republicans offering amendments that they're voting against and getting unanimous no votes. I think it's time for a 30-minute break to get some food, let our staff rest, and maybe recollect our strategy. So, members, I move a recess to the call of the chair for approximately 30 minutes.
Further announcements. Representative Winkler moves a recess to the call of the chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no.
Aye.
The motion prevails and the House stands in recess to the call of the chair.